who knew I would make it this far. They hated, they never believed me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic got to say. I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life. I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot, wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this, go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get bigger, cause it can get bigger, cause it can get bigger. Ay, please don't play no games with me, I promise I'm too much. Ay, I can never let up even if you had enough. Ay, this ain't for the faint of heart, we always playing rough. I had enough, it ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat in submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash and the distance ain't coming off track, no. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk about the show. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling. They already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play it safe. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get bigger, cause it can get bigger, cause it can get bigger.
Salute, ATP, salute. Salute to everybody in the building. Of course, salute to the team, salute to everybody, man. Salute to the community, man. We building something special over here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a fact. This is a fact. You guys are on the ground of something great, something special being put together. And I want to thank everybody who's supporting the grind up until this point, man, because there'll be a point in time when this channel hits certain levels that, you know, I don't want you guys to ever be discounted on the value, you know what I'm saying, and how much of a driving force you are behind this machine right here that we're moving forward. It's a learning process for everybody involved in this, from me to you guys, just understanding the dynamics of the engagement and how can we really touch, you know what I'm saying, with the audience the right way, and more importantly, build up the sport that we love, build up boxing, man. It's an era-defining year in boxing. 2026 is an era-defining year, ladies and gentlemen. We are here witnessing and living boxing history in the making, as we're seeing old structures and old business models be aged out of the game, and we're seeing new and improved business models that are aiming to evolve the space into the next chapter of boxing, which is the structure, which is the size as far as competing with the NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball, all those different things. And we're watching it, and it's growing pains as we're going through it. Obviously, not everybody's on board right now. As anything new goes through that process, not everybody's going to be on board with it. But as time goes on, we are optimistic over here with the ATP Combat Media family. We're optimistic of the possibilities. We're optimistic that the boxing fans will eventually get behind it. They will get with it. They'll enjoy it. They'll fall in love with the sport again in a different way. And maybe, just maybe, they'll look back and hindsight will be 2020 in that time period, right? Hindsight will be 2020, and then they'll speak on how it didn't look like that in the beginning. But wow, man, just watching it come together, we're happy they did what they did when they did it, right? Shout out to the people who are in the building. As you're stepping into the building, take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, subscribe to the channel, of course. Guys, we had some technical issues a little bit earlier. I was changing around something with the titles, and I was adding, I was making an update to the thumbnail because I thought of something better. And I think in the process of me doing that, I might have confused the system or canceled out one live, or I don't know what happened, right? Just a whole lot of moving around, but I think we got it on point now. So if you caught the update and you came over, thanks for hanging in there and being patient with us. Shout out to the people who are in the building. Mr. Big Play Bray in the building says, what's good, family? Shout out to Mr. Big Play Bray in the building. Z Pacino in the building. Salute to you, family. Good to see you. Flexing and Stepping in the building. Yo, Flexing, how are you not moderator? That's kind of crazy. I don't know. My bad, Flexing and Stepping. Salute to Flexing and Stepping, man. I appreciate you, man. Salute to the TB Fee family, the community over there, man. What a journey it's been. And it is presently, as I pop up over there from time to time. And we're building, especially as we're talking about the Zuffa boxing and things of that nature. Shout out to the community, man. One thing about it, and two things for sure, everybody over there loves boxing. People have different ideas and different views as to how boxing should go. But listen, we're all gathered in that space to talk about the sport we love, right? So we don't need to be delusional about that, right? Everybody's in there for the same reasons, whether you're fighting to keep it the same, whether you're embracing it changing, whatever it is, it's the sport that has us so mesmerized, right? We're so caught up in the competitive nature of the sport, the combat. This goes all the way back to the gladiator days, or maybe even before that. We just can appreciate, two human beings putting themselves through training camps, nutrition, becoming physical specimens, so that they can compete at the highest level, right? They can compete at the highest level. For our entertainment, for the boxing fans' entertainment, and for the notoriety of knowing that they don't think they're the best, they know they're the best, right? If that makes sense. I was about to bite off on Champ Side, pause, bite Champ Side style and say, put a 1 in the chat, if that makes sense, right? But maybe I need to start doing that, man. Salute the Champ Side, but man, great ideas are great ideas for a reason, right? We're going to replicate the great ideas. So if that makes any sense, feel free to put a 1 or 100, put a 100 in the chat, if that makes sense, right? There's a difference between thinking you're the best, preparing and mentally, being confident that you're the best, but there's a whole nother level to this game of proving it, not only to us, but to yourself, because until you get into that space and you compete and you come out victorious, you're just always going to be somebody who's assuming you're the best. So shout out to boxing for providing us with that kind of entertainment, and we can all resonate with that. So listen, things are moving along. Zuffa Boxing is getting ready to debut their event on Saturday, Friday, excuse me. We got a big event coming up on Saturday as well, the Andy Muratalla the Andy Cruz and Raymond Muratalla fight, and that card has some good fights. We got Israel Madrimov will be coming back out, right? We'll watch young and upcoming prospects like Zaquin Moses, right, and Harley Madero. We'll see those young guys showing, improving. We'll see fighters who are trying to enter into the top 10 of their division and be in the big conversation, like Khalil Cole, right? So we got a lot of those fights. We talked about a lot of that yesterday. And we're going to continue talking about Zuffa Boxing, of course. But today I thought I wanted to speak on a specific topic. Or I wanted to address the Keyshawn Davis, not address, but speak to the Keyshawn Davis, Bernie the Boxer interviews. It's going viral right now around the space. And this is a point of contention amongst a lot of boxing fans, of understanding the value, the difference between teamwork, right, between a fighter and a team, and what's the difference. How does that translate in the ring, right? I read somewhere where they talked about a great fighter wins fights. A great team wins careers, right? They set careers, a great team. So there's an importance in keeping consistent in these areas, right? Consistently being the best fighter you can, training the right way, eating the right way, sleeping the right way, recovering, getting strong. But there's also the importance of the consistency, right? In your team. Because ultimately you guys are getting to know each other, right? There's a gelling happening of personalities. your trainer as he goes through the years with you is understanding you as a fighter on a physical level, on a psychological level. He's understanding how to communicate with you better. You're learning how to hear him better. And all those things are coming together full circle to be a Terrence Crawford against a Canelo Alvarez, right? That's the journey. That's what we're doing. That's what a fighter is going through. And that's the whole process. There's the right now about it. There's the impulsive right now aspect of the journey of a boxer. But then there's the long-term goals of a boxer. And how does a boxer achieve long-term goals? Well, it's a marathon. It's one step at a time. It's one chess piece move at a time. And Keyshawn Davis made a very, very big chess piece move on the table. He switched his whole entire team. Keyshawn overhauled his entire team for the most part, as far as Bomac and everything that Bomac comes with. And he did this we'll discuss whether it was an inopportune or a opportune time, right? We got to talk about it for it to make sense. Walk with me. We're going to talk about it, but we definitely got to talk about it because he decided to make this decision. And he didn't do it on the back end of a loss, right? He didn't do it on the back end of complicated things happening as far as his performance inside the ring. He did it on the back end of Keyshawn potentially being at the zenith point, at the peak, build back better. Shout out to Joe Biden. He built back better from a controversial overturned decision against Nahir Albright for using marijuana. Everybody thought he derailed himself. He had a redemption year, a crazy year. 3 significant fights that put him in the conversation of comeback fighter of the year. He capped it off by starting off the new year, defeating Dennis Baranchek to become a champion. All of this with the team he had, who supported him through thick and thin and got him where he needed to be. But then he had another stump in the road. Ladies and gentlemen, we saw it. He had a big stump in the road. The stump in the road was, people would have to say, his doing or his undoing, right? That he communicates to the space. He's drinking during the camps. He's dealing with the mental aspect of the game. And maybe that got the best of Keyshawn. Maybe that got the best of him in front of his, at that point, biggest challenger on record, Edwin DeLaSantos. Didn't make that fight happen. Blew weight on the scale. Ended up having a crazy confrontation in the back room, in the back area, after a loss, an unfortunate loss against Nahir Albright. As far as Kelvin Davis suffered an unfortunate loss. And shout out to Nahir Albright, a victory for him that he earned in the ring. And Keyshawn didn't process and metabolize that right. Ended up getting into a situation he shouldn't have been in. He might have even put his family in danger, his child. Bad decisions, impulsive decisions. Had Keyshawn have to revisit himself and do a self-audit, a mental and a spiritual audit. And we all can relate to that. We've all been down these roads before, ladies and gentlemen, right? We're not new to this. We've all been down this road before. And listen, man, the men in the building, right, can definitely resonate with that. And I'm sure the women can as well. But, we each have our own strengths and our weaknesses. And as men who are supposed to be the protectors, who are supposed to be leaders, where if you're fighting to be an alpha in your space, we understand how rocky those roads can get when your decisions turn into situations like what Keyshawn got into. And he talked about retirement. Top Rank obviously wasn't happy about what he did. His whole city was behind him. Shook up the whole entire space because most of us, I think, anticipated Keyshawn Davis being the next up-and-coming superstar. I mean, think about it. This guy was in the conversation of fighting Gervonta Tank Davis. People were pushing him because they wanted him to get in the ring with Shakur Stevenson. Not yet. There's some people who just wanted that because they wanted to cause problems between him and Shakur. But I think for the most part, we recognize the talent. We recognize his abilities. And we recognize that as a champion, we wanted to see him fight the best because we thought he got himself to that level. So he was in the biggest conversations, and then, a fall from grace, some might say, for Keyshawn Davis, as he had to figure it out. He had to put it all together and put the pieces back together. And we were all excited to see him actually get an opportunity to return. He gets his fight with Jermaine Ortiz, but I think a lot of us on the back of that press conference, that Shakur had with Teofimo Lopez were kind of shocked to hear the news that he was going to be going his different ways from his then trainer, Bomac, and that team that we thought was one of the best teams in boxing today, the best available teams in boxing today. And obviously the big question had to be why. If you were into the boxing game like I am, it had to be what in the Keyshawn, what happened? What in the fuck? what in the world? What? Bomac? The guy who just took Terrence Crawford to Vegas, packed out a stadium, 70,000 plus people, and got Terrence Crawford to shake up the world, derail and remake and make history. That guy who got Terrence Crawford through a fight with Errol Spence and dominated, that guy, the guy who got you through your whole entire year after you were shot down by everybody and everybody was second guessing you, saying, does this guy have the mental fortitude to stay disciplined enough to do what we know he can physically do? He has the talent to do it, but does he have the discipline to do it? Bomac, who stood by Keyshawn Davis's side throughout that whole entire process and got him to be a 13-0 fast-tracked WBO champion, lightweight champion. You got rid of that guy? Wow. Something must have really went down. Ladies and gentlemen, something must have really happened, and we all had that question floating in our head, and we never quite got a straight answer from Keyshawn Davis. I mean, shout out to Keyshawn Davis. He communicated. He took accountability. He went around. He apologized, but he still didn't dive deep enough into the area of what happened between Keyshawn Davis and Team Bomac that got us up until this point now. Well, look, Bernie the Boxer does an interview on Mill City. Shout out to my brother, Mill City. That's my guy. Got him on speed dial right here. I call him. It's nothing. That's my guy. He's always available. We always have these conversations, heavy debates at times. That's my guy, man. Gets on Bernie the Boxer and asks Bernie the Boxer the hard questions. That's what Mill City does. He asks the hard questions. You know what I'm saying? He might put you in a position where you have to confront your fears, confront your phobias. He doesn't care. He's going to talk to you in a professional manner, respectfully, of course, always leading with his good foot. But at the end of the day, let's get to the business. Bernie, what happened with Keyshawn? Bernie, what happened with Keyshawn, bro? We all want to know. Keyshawn said he was drinking throughout the entire camp, preparing for DELASANTOS. What in the hell was going over there in Team Bomac? Are you guys sitting here, standing by, watching Keyshawn Davis destroy and derail his life by drinking, smoking? You guys just look past this? What happened over there? Bernie, we don't have access to Bomac. We don't have access to the other people. You're the one who's available right now. They put Bernie on the spot, and Bernie spoke his truth. Bernie spoke his truth, ladies and gentlemen, didn't he? He spoke his truth, and it shook up the algorithm. It may have rubbed Team DB3 the wrong way, as it did look like Bernie the Boxer was throwing holes in Keyshawn Davis's stories and his theories. He spoke about Keyshawn Davis. He said he never seen him take a sip of alcohol, not only during that camp, but ever in life. He said, I've never seen the kid drink ever. I don't know where he found the time to do that with the training regiments and the strict structure that Bomac builds around getting a fighter ready. He was in shock to hear that Keyshawn Davis found any opportunity to partake in activities like that and not be seen doing it. Because I'm sure he could do it if he wants to do it, but could he have done it and stayed under the radar to the point to where somebody like Bomac, a perfectionist, a systematic, tried true proven system creator, tried true champion maker, tried true trainer of the year candidate, miss something like that? Well, clearly the boxing space has reacted to this, and from the boxing space's point of view, I think there's a large percentage of people who have said we are more so probably going to believe that Bomac would have caught that. That being said, did Keyshawn Davis lie? Was he making up stories? Was he, as the new generation says, shout out to the new generation, because I am a gray bearded older generation, right? As some of the kids would say, I was born in the 1900s. You know what I'm saying? I was born in the 1900s, so bear with me. But the space in the new generation, the kids are saying cap? And if we are calling cap on that in real time, then why did Keyshawn Davis, why was he capping? And what does the team switch that he did really represent? Why? We'll talk about all those things today on the show, man. Right? We're going to talk about all those things, and we're going to talk about the importance of consistency. We're going to talk about the Ryan Garcias of the world who switch trainers like it's nothing, and how inconsistent he's been, or consistently inconsistent he's been inside the square circle. And we're going to talk about going into this fight with Keyshawn Davis and Jermaine Ortiz, how these changes may affect us and how we should look at it as boxing fans, as pundits in the space, right? As people who analyze the sport and watch the sport on a deeper level, maybe than the average boxing fan. All right. Maybe where the hardcore fans maybe dive deeper into these type of conversations, because we understand that Teddy Atlas wasn't talking about one particular fight when he said it's 70% to 80% mental. It's 20 to 30% physical. You got to have it right up here. That's my Teddy Atlas voice. I'm working on it. Bear with me. But he wasn't playing around when he was talking about that. He wasn't just talking about one fighter. He's talking about boxers in general. He was talking about the uphill, the real battle going on with a fighter, which is walking into that ring mentally solid and able to deal with whatever adversity is more than likely going to happen when he gets in the ring, right? So is Keyshawn Davis switching his team like this in the ninth inning in the way he did it? Does this represent, is this a confident thing from Keyshawn? Is this Keyshawn building back better? Is this what it looks like? Or is Keyshawn running away from accountability? Is Keyshawn moving away? Is this a panic move by Keyshawn Davis? Is he having a hard time looking into the eye of consequences and accountability? That eye, those eyes of accountability, you know, they look at you every time you walk into the room, and they make you, and they let you know we ain't forget. You got some explaining to do, and you got some things to prove. Is Keyshawn done proving himself? Is he diving into a situation where he needs to be celebrated? Does he need to be celebrated? Look, he won't be the first, and he won't be the first, and he won't be the last. We've seen fighters go through it. Teofimo himself getting ready to face his litmus test on January 31st. All the issues we've seen him have, all the mental breakdowns, all the do I still have it moment inside the ring against Sandor Martin at the end of a victory, questioning himself, right? The antics and all the awkward things he does, reacting and dealing with the mental uphill battle he has of falling short of expectations, right? That's what it comes down to falling short of expectations. I think I just saw a Teofimo interview where he kind of was open and transparent about it. He embraced it and said, yeah, man, I'm not going to lie to you. I was in and out. I was up and down. He says he wants to fight that jacket he's earned and hopefully dispel all of that. I only step up at the highest fights and I fight down to my opponents. That's not something I'm proud of as a fighter, but it's mental warfare out here, right? It's definitely mental warfare. So we're going to talk about all those things. We're going to open up the phone lines. We're going to open up the panel, and we're going to have this conversation today, man. We're definitely going to get it done. But before we do it, I got to bring up the usual suspect. If you're looking for somebody to hate, if you're looking for somebody to be mad at, if you want to point the finger, you know how the saying goes, you point the finger at the bad guy. That's who you point the finger at. You love to hate him, or you hate that you love him. Either way, that's my guy. Shout out to my guy, Angelo. Angelo, man. What's good with you, King? What's good with your family?
I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling really, really good. You know, we got a big fight week. Everything's happening here in Vegas. Zuffa Boxing is doing their fight week starting today, with their big fight event happening on Friday. Then the Fontaine Blues. Like Monday night, I was at I went to the Vegas Golden Knights game, and just walking through the casinos, I could already tell that this is there's a lot of people from a lot of different places because of the Cruz Mortayev fight that's going to be happening on Saturday. The T-Mobile Arena sold out for UFC 324. That's huge. All the different places too. I think that what makes free access to television also for combat sports a big deal for a lot of businesses is it drives people to want to go to whatever, a restaurant, bars, get a drink, and now you're going to have a Friday night fight, 2 options for Saturday night. It's a blast, man. It's a blast. I will say that I love Clay. I absolutely love that you've now been getting the rep of the Zuffa Boxing ambassador, and you're starting to, but I say that cheekily with a little tongue in cheek for all of you because me and Clay have had many private conversations months ago, and Clay knows personally my background when I had a long talk as I was cooking dinner, trying to convince my man why Zuffa Boxing was going to be the right thing and how it's going to move forward, and now you've just become the public face of which,
you know what,
which I absolutely love. I absolutely love it.
You know what, Angelo? By the way, salute to my brother. You know what I'm saying? We've gotten very close over the past couple of months, man. Very close. Had very deep conversations. We're grown now. We are grown, so I know we're going to get extra pause, but our conversations have been intimate, I would say, to a degree, right? We talk about family. We talk about, struggles, overcoming adversity. We talk about the strength. We talk about manly responsibilities, raising young men in this society, and our aim to be above the drama and above the nonsense. We have deep conversations, bro. Deep hours of deep conversations. But one of our conversations that are our deepest conversations that we have on is definitely over Zuffa Boxing. That is one of our favorite topics. That's a go-to. If it don't start there, it's more likely going to end there, right? When it's all said and done and the smoke clears, that's where it's going to end up if it didn't start, if it didn't start on Zuffa, right? So no, without it, and I'm going to tell you, right? Always been optimistic about Zuffa, but always been wanting to take my time to make sure that they're earning the accolades along the journey, right? That they're doing. We always talked about what you thought they would do, what they should be doing, but it's different than now. We're active. It's 2026, and they rolled out a trailer. The fighters are starting to speak now on what they're getting, right? The event is getting ready to get closer. We're getting ready to see them put it all to the real test. And it's just like I just said earlier about the fighters, knowing, thinking, training, working, believing. That's great, but nothing replaces the doing. Right. That moment when you get inside that ring, nothing replaces it, right? There's none of those things turn that doing into something that doesn't need to be done, which is why we hold fighters like Gervonta Tank Davis accountable, and we say talented, right? Reyes, we say absolutely talented, fast, explosive. We see the IQ, we see the potential, we see what you guys are seeing. But until he does it, we've also seen those guys who had all those boxes checked fall short when they got in the ring. So being that type of person in my mentality is trained that way, without a doubt, you were way more confident in the Zuffa Boxing model than I might have been. I was
well, to be fair, I mean, again, as you know, and I never like to talk about it too much until you open up your new show with your brother. But
it's coming.
I had a
wait, Mac, see what I go through? You're killing me. You're killing me. Go ahead. My bad.
but I had an unfair advantage in knowing all of the things they were going to 100%. Do. And I'm tired of having to try to convince a space who won't take words of people who have actually gone through it because they sit there and they want to be negative. And I find we love boxing. There's no question, right? Like, we absolutely love boxing. But I think that the accountability part for it for so long wasn't there. Everybody just kind of wanted to be fans of something, good or bad, without ever just saying, hey, PBC, why don't you guys do something about this? Hey, Top Rank, why don't you guys do something about this? Hey, Golden Boy, why don't you do something about this, right? And it got to the point where everybody, honestly, Clay, got numb to being abused. And then you see Jake Paul come in, and then you hate on that guy. when all he really did was start giving the casual fans something that they've been wanting to see, which is boxing on a very casual sports fan level, right? And yes, it's a circus, and yes, I get all of that, but nobody ever complained about P.T. Barnum and Bailey either, right? Nobody ever complained about the Harlem Globetrotters, right? And then Zuffa Boxing came in on really, I don't like to say like, oh, Zuffa Boxing's a savior, because really what's happened is Turkey Al-Sheikh came into play 2019. Saw Joshua against Andy Ruiz in the Middle East for what it was in Saudi, and then said to himself, wonder if I could do better here in this sports space than I could where they gave me all this hate for LIV and golf. They start to do the research. They jump in heavy in 2023, right? Clay, the first event they do in 2023 is the heavyweight. All heavyweights, right? Because heavyweights is what moves boxing. What's one of the first lessons Turkey Al-Sheikh learns? Boxing's global, and everybody outside of the U.S. absolutely loves it. You can fill out arenas. What is the key to getting it into USA? So then Turkey, even just in, I believe it was 2025, said it would take a Black American fighter who's a heavyweight, right? And then everybody thought that was controversial, right? But Turkey Al-Sheikh was just saying boxing's always been popular when the heavyweight champion of the world was an African American who was a driving force. And I think he was making it more seem like a Muhammad Ali type is what he was saying.
And he was definitely referring to an era too, right? A season.
An era. Yeah, a season. He wasn't making it about race. He was like way more talking about like in certain eras of time.
In the prime time, in the best years of this sport that I love. Yes. I remember it being this way, and it always looked this way.
Yes.
That's what he was saying. Right.
Yes, and that's what he is. I mean, the guy is such a lover of boxing. He bought the entire library. He's got the most extensive library of boxing collection in the entire world, right? So he gets into it. 2023 rolls into 2024. Up to that point in 2024, we're finally seeing best versus the best. And what did I tell you? I said, Clay, in our private conversations, I said, need you to flip your brain into understanding that America is the one that's behind, and globally, the best is fighting the best, and globally, everybody is behind this, right? We roll into 2025 where America finally gets involved. In 2024, the first trial was Terrence Crawford Madrimov in LA. I understood how the event was going, but it wasn't received as well as Turkey would have hoped, right? Gives it another shot for May, right? He's like, all right, here we go, Times Square. And you were there for Times Square, right? And then you already said, like, man, they boarded the whole thing up and blah, blah, blah. But again, these are all...
But that week, because I was there the whole week, it was amazing. It was a letdown. Because they made that decision like the night before the event, and it was like, "What the hell is going on here?" And they were like, "We're going to do this," and it was like,
"From what I and from what I heard, it wasn't even Turkey's decision; it was the city,
right?
Like the city got involved and said, "Hey, man, y'all can't do this and can't stop traffic."
The city saw the week, and they realized, without a doubt, the city started to realize like, this is going to be hard to control.
Right.
Look at how it looks right now. We're having a hard time. It's messing the traffic up. It's messing up. It's congesting the city to a point that I think they slept on how impactful it was going to be. And they started to think about, we're going to have
logistics.
We're going to have diplomats in here. We're going to have people who, if somebody gets shot, hurt, or killed, God forbid, on the live in this event, we're on the chopping block. We don't look crazy. So they made a hardcore decision. My bad. Go ahead.
Right. No. And again, that like doing that now, I believe kind of open. Let's not forget that this new IVB, which again, Clay, we're always in the whole, unless we know you, we got to wait and see what you do. But I will admit that this new Ed Pereiro IVB boxing.
IVB is another player right now.
Well, we'll see.
Trying to be a player.
We'll see because it's one thing to spend your money on advertising. It's another thing to actually deliver.
Yes,
right.
And everything they're saying too, the free entrance and they're giving away all this. It's a lot.
Yeah, and again, man, San Francisco, that's my jam right there. I was a part of when we brought USA Boxing there with Danny Jacobs and the whole bit. We had it at the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium. They're talking about doing it in that area. Easier said than done, though. I promise you. Working with that city, the way the unions work, it is much easier said than done. It's a good thing that he did have Mayor Lurie, who is the owner of Levi's Jeans, the Levi's company, to help back him. So we'll see. He's talking about a July 11th with Alexander Usyk versus Deontay Wilder. Again, I say to that, Clay, we will see, because we'll talk about what's next for Alexander Usyk maybe at the end of the show, because there's some news on that front. But I'm talking about the whole where people are, Zuffa. Turkey Al-Sheikh's the one that really went from the 2024 to the 2025, did the May thing, which then launched itself and continued. And then we got Crawford Canelo, bro. And that blew everybody's mind and rolled us all the way into now. Somewhere in between, like the May and the Canelo Crawford, right? Or in that period of time, he basically saw what he's always kind of known in terms of who's a good organizational group that actually understands how to promote combat sports on a massive scale and also be able to scale it up step by step in where network investors and other investors will want to put money into it.
They're attracted to it.
Yeah, attracted to it because there's structure. Because you can invest
building
in
credibility
structure
up with the investors, right? That they're seeing, okay, consistent.
Right.
I can buy into this. Right.
Now, to be truthful, the reason why it took, in my opinion, the reason why it took Turkey so long is he's not really an MMA fan. He's a boxing fan. He's even said that publicly. You know, he's even joked around about how we're going to get rid of this. I mean, he's just tongue in cheek. I mean, Turkey Al-Sheikh does this type of stuff. He's just joking.
One thing about it is Turkey shows that he has a sense of humor. People sometimes have a hard time processing it, but he's got one. Tom and Jerry, things of that nature.
Yeah, you just have to understand. It's like a very dictatory type of humor. But it's a sense of humor.
I'm powerful and better than you. I'm joking.
Yeah. So
I'm richer than you. I'm playing, but I'm not.
But when he saw all of it, he went up to that company, this TKO group, shareholders who is publicly traded. They went to the Nick Khans and the Ari Emanuels and the Dana Whites, and he was like, "How about I just pay you a fee? How about I pay you $10 million and don't even worry about the budget. I got it. I got the budget." So it's literally like you going to your girl and being like, "Honey, not only am I going to pay you to be my girlfriend for the next 3 years, but I'm also going to buy you all the things you want.
Yeah.
All you got to do is look good for me every time I come around." Right? Now, again, it sounds like some male bravado shit I just said, but I'm trying to explain it to you guys because I am speaking to a very boxing aficionado, boxing centric channel, right? That all Turkey really cares about. I mean, he loves boxing as a fan, but what he cares about is what he can do for the prince and the king and the kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Right.
What Saudi is trying to do is Project 2030, which is continuing to have tourism come to Saudi, for everybody to know that Saudi is a friend of the world, and for it to finally, hopefully, get on regular American TV without anyone shitting on it. This is terrible. This is awful, right? So, in him doing so, he pays this fee. Now, Dana, who has always, from the beginning of his entire career, bro,
they don't know
boxing. He was, I mean, even when he was back in the day when he was just trying to be a boxing manager, he was helping out boxers here in Vegas,
with
right?
Floyd.
Like he absolutely is like, loves it. And to the point where he loves it so much that when he saw the door was closing to him, like, no, you don't get to be a part of this little exclusive, very aristocratic club. Right, members only. He was like, you know what? F you. I'm going to start my own thing. I'm going to do it. And let's not forget, when he started, Clay, there were like literal talk shows that were talking about how this is human cockfighting. It's banned in all these different states. Commissions aren't going to take it. And now what happened last year? $7.7 billion given to them as a rights fee to air their MMA content, right? Any man who can take a company that was banned, illegal, terrible, and all of a sudden it becomes so mainstream casual that CBS Paramount's willing to give him $7.7 billion should be the guy that's leading a sport that, as Max Kellerman say, is the greatest sport you will ever get to watch, because it really is that dramatic. Like we just saw, national championship was last night, Clay. Extremely dramatic. Tons of people on the crowd paying tons of money to get in there, right? Millions of people watching. The weekend had a ton of dramatic playoff games. Amazing for the NFL, right? I was in a hockey game, packed arena on a Monday. Very exciting, right? We lost. Very exciting, though, to the nail biter to the end. And I could combine all those sports, and if you tell me that there's a heavyweight championship of the world that's free for the American public to watch, like a Super Bowl, I'll guarantee you more eyes will watch that than they'll watch any of those sports. And it's because you can't take away the fact that what Max Kellerman's always said is, at the end of it, boxing, everyone can understand it, Clay. You don't have to be a genius to know there's one man and another man, and they're trying to beat each other down to whoever can lose their spirit first loses this game, right? So Turkey, all he did was pick the very best player, the very best company, invested in that. Said company created a plan without breaking rules, right, in order for it to start. And the reason why, again, you haven't even seen the belt push yet is we got to wait for the whole Muhammad Ali Act extension for it to.
Right, no, wait, hold on, right, Angelo? Before we overload it and continue this making this whole storyline, because believe it or not, we've had this. They've heard this, right, from us at a minimum. At the end of the day, it's here,
right?
So more people are into the proof is in the pudding, and we're in the pudding now.
Yes, we're in the pudding,
right? We're in the pudding now. The fighters are communicating. They're speaking to the space. They're doing interviews. Shout out to Robert Merriweather III.
Yeah,
I had an opportunity to talk to him for a brief moment today on the Boxing Voice, and he was there basically co-signing everything that Julian Rodriguez was saying. Even Ness was like, Clay, I got to give it to you.
Yep.
I'm liking what I'm hearing as Robert Merriweather. I'm going to have a hard time saying that fast.
Because it sounds like Mayweather, but it's Merriweather.
Make sure I don't say that, right? So I'm trying to respect this man's name, but on his way to media day, and his first real media day, he said he's been in other ones, but this is the real one. He's part of a huge event and being driven to it, right, by his driver, the van that the company's provided, eating blueberries that the company's provided to him, right? He's eating blueberries, and he's like, nah. He's like, this is. Ness was like, yo, who made the blueberries up? Was that with your mom? Was that? He's like, nah, bro. He said this is the Zuffa snack pack.
Right. Did he mention? Because I didn't get to catch it, but did he mention to you that when he arrived, they received the bag packages of their equipment and the gear that they're going to get to wear and the gloves and all of that?
They got food.
Right.
They got food that was tailor-made for them to their macros, right? To the macros they needed. Their food was custom made. This is from Robert Merriweather.
Yep.
Okay.
From the fighter.
This is no longer speculating. This is what I'm trying to say, right? This is the pudding. They say the proof is in, this is the pudding. This is no longer we're trying to tell you guys what it's going to look like, what to expect. No, this is on the ground. Fighters cheesing ear to ear, being like, bro, my blueberries, the ounce, the macros, I'm eating the blueberries. I'm on my way to the media. It's like nothing I've ever been a part of. You can see the excitement in the fighter's face, the sense of relief and the optimism is back in their eyes. about what their career could look like 2-3 years from now on this type of journey that they're on. And without a doubt, the last thing you're seeing on any of their faces is a sign of regret, right? That's the last thing you're seeing is a sign of concern or questioning or no, I want more. I'm going nowhere else. All I'm interested in is this right here. I want to show out on Friday. I want to show out on Friday and show these people
why I'm worth it. Yeah.
Take me around. You know what I'm saying? Show me because I want this. And what it's gonna be is the fighters are going to develop in a way that we haven't seen fighters develop in a long time.
Right.
Consistently with each other. They're going to become more physically dominating. They're going to become better fighters because they're fighting better competition. They're getting matched differently. They're going to be stronger, more fit, more confident, bigger risk takers, understanding the culture of the space that they're getting into. And I truly believe when it's all said and done that they are going to produce a pound for pound fighter. And they more than likely within the next 5 years or so, they're probably going to produce the best fighter in the world. Right. It's probably going to be a fighter who you're going to be able to trace back their lineage.
Right.
Zuffa. You're going to look at them wherever they're at. You're going to see them on ring. They're going to have a WBC, WBA, but you're going to have to look back into their beginnings. And you're not going to be able to discount the influence of this program on their career. Hold on one second. Let me hit the super chat real quick. CJ Rich Boxing and BS in the building saying, getting the super chat party started for sure, man. Thank you for the support, guys. Support the channel in any way you can for sure, by the way. I embrace and encourage you guys to do that. $2, $3, $5, $1,000, $100. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it is, support the channel. It helps out a lot with what goes on over here. And also, while I have the window, I want to go ahead and bring up my guy, Ray Davis in the building. He's been sitting back there so patiently. Shout out to Ray Davis in the building. Sitting back there so patiently waiting for us to move in his direction. Like, all right now, damn it, we about to hit the hour mark, bro. You don't forget me now. I got my headphones on. What's good with you, Ray?
It's all good. You know what I mean? The Zuffa boxing is exciting, man. It's like Christmas for Angelo. I get it.
It's Christmas for everybody. It's Christmas for me.
No, listen, I get it. Yo, listen, it's good for me. It's cool for me. You know what I mean? I'm good for it.
No. Yeah, at the end of the day, Ray's happy. Yeah, Ray's happy.
I'm excited for it. But, you know what I mean? Because I want everything, all businesses, especially when it comes to the sport of boxing, to be successful. Absolutely.
Right.
And that goes for every promotional company, everything. I really would like to see everything going in the right side of the street, but at the same time, it's cool.
Well, Ray plays it safe because he's Ray's playing.
No, I really believe it's going to be successful. I really like the way they're moving. I heard on the Boxing Voice today, somebody actually mentioned to you, I think it was Two-Tone Superstar, said to you, Clay, like he can't wait for Devin Haney to sign because he's having a hard time getting fights in the regular sanctions. So I was like, you know, I mean, a lot of people may see that happening, man. I mean, it's going to be a lot of fighters making this move, bro. I already know this. It's just a fact of when they make the move and who's going to be the first real superstar. Not like, you know, like Benavidez has been rumored. We just mentioned Devin Haney. We already know that Bud Crawford may be over there. We don't know yet. It could be him just doing some, you know, I mean, just some recruiting or him doing some commentating, whatever, as an analyst. But we know he may be signed over there. So it's going to be something that's going to have to move the needle, really move the needle. And we may see it happen soon, man. We may see. We're already seeing these fighters starting to flourish. So
let me answer that one for Ray. The needle's moved, bro, because a lot of outside of the U.S., but even in the U.S., in the boxing space, in the regular space, everybody's like, wow, you guys signed Jai Apataya. Jai Apataya is already a ring and lineal cruiserweight champion. Everybody knows, and no disrespect to Zurdo Ramirez, but bro, you're the Mario Barrios of the cruiserweight division, man. You're so much food that a 175-pound fighter wants to fight you. What does that say about you, man? I mean, if I was you, I'd be a little upset. I'd be like, nah, let me go take care of this McCallan guy, knock his ass out real quick to prove to everybody that people like Benavidez shouldn't be wanting to come up to me. But fact of the matter is, that's how you're looked upon, right? When you want to talk about frustration, you got a guy like Jaya Pataya that everybody's been scared of for a year and a half. And all that happened now is, from what the reports say, based on what the manager's words were, is Zuffa had been targeting him even prior to the December fight, had been calling him, flew all the way over there, like straight up recruiting, flew to Australia, was like, hey, man, we really want to lock this down. What will it take? Right? Because, and I believe this is how the negotiations work. If I end up being right, then put it on my board of correct predictions again, Clay. But I believe the way it worked out is they went over there and said, look, we are going to have a heavyweight division. That's what we're looking at. What we're interested in is having the Mike Tyson of the heavyweight division, and that would be Jaya Pataya. We would like for him to be a part of our group. To which I'm sure his management in Tasman and Gold Star and everybody was like, but he really has this goal of wanting to be the undisputed cruiserweight champion, right? He even though he's already a Ring Magazine champ, he still wants all these other belts. So that was the provision. That was the whole, if you allow us to still pursue this through Turkey, then we're all good with being with Zuffa the whole way through. And that's how I see it. I see the first time you watch Jaya Pataya fight for Zuffa Boxing, it won't be a cruiserweight. It'll be at heavyweight. That's number one. But number two, even the manager said it. The face of Zuffa Boxing is Jaya Pataya. And why not, by the way? Why not show Jaya Pataya's highlights to American fans? Right?
Yeah,
you know, you know how you fell in love with Mike Tyson because of all the knockouts and the quickness and all of that stuff, right? Same thing. Nobody in America, not a lot of people know, casual fans don't know about Jaya Pataya yet. When they start seeing a highlight package, they're going to be like, I kind of want to know about this guy. When is he fighting? So yeah, man, it's here already. It's here.
I want to, and just speaking on, a shout out to HLD who said something significant here, but this is part of the game, right? This is not a knock on Zuffa. This is understanding and reading the room and adjusting accordingly as to how they're going to move and what they're willing to do. Whereas Dana White seemed to be a little bit more, dead set on how he was going to approach this. The evolution of anything good, the idea of being able to embrace data in real time and move accordingly to that data and not be so stuck on your point you came in the game with separates you from everybody else. This is what business does, right? So right here, HLD says, look, Jai Opataya's co-promoter says that Zuffa Boxing will allow, quote unquote, Opataya to fight in unification bouts versus the other champions and other sanctioning bodies. There's so much for excluding the belts, of course, right? And I think that's a major key in this whole entire situation, right? Is going to see how they process and deal with this, how they evolve this idea of a fighter like Jai Opataya, or a high-level fighter like David Benavidez or Devin Haney being able to, in a legitimate way, come and compete inside of this organization, but still not let go, but add to their options, right? Add to their their food and their plate, not take away or replace, but add and grow and evolve that way, assimilating into the space that is already and taking your rightful position in it. If Dana indeed is entertaining that, because I'm not gonna lie to you, that pleased me and shocked me a little bit when I saw Jai Opataya come over and he still had aspirations of unifying and becoming undisputed. I was like, wow, so they're doing that now. So how does that resonate with fighters now who are seeing that as an example? How are they now seeing Zuffa probably? How's that changing their idea?
Can I answer it real quick, Ray? Just let me answer it. So I think HLD, what you're trying to, or what you might be reiterating is, oh, well, Dana White said he's not going to, yes, he's still not recognizing it. I just want to make that clear that we haven't even seen yet what, again, you're hearing it from me, so that way no one gets in trouble. But from what I understand, he's only having the original 8 weight classes. So he's not going to have a cruiserweight. It's supposed to be light heavyweight and heavyweight. So how would he be lying if he doesn't recognize a heavyweight belt? He wouldn't be. And what he's signing Jai Opataya to is to be his heavyweight representative. But he's also saying to him, but bro, I'm not going to get in the way of your current trajectory of your career that has cruiserweight, but I'm not involved in cruiserweight. So how do you know what I'm saying, right? Like I'm not, I don't want to split hairs, but I'm just saying, unless Dana does a cruiserweight division, I can't say, oh, see, Dana, you lied. You are going to recognize. He didn't lie yet. I haven't heard him lie yet. And Caleb Walsh already dropped his WBC, which he promised Mauricio that he was going to defend in the Crawford-Canelo fight, which he then didn't. And then he said to Mauricio, no, bro, I promise I'll go ahead and defend it on my next fight. Well, he's fighting this Friday, and Dana's not having it. So, and Mauricio spoke about it, just so that you know. Just so that you know. You're on mute, Ray.
My bad. Thank you. So I thought with the TKO promotions behind all this and backing it, they were going to have their own cards and they're going to bring fighters over to Zuffa. And I thought that was going to be the whole point of them allowing fighters to move in and out of Zuffa boxing to allow the boxing content to actually build over there, working with Dana. So if that's all said or if that's all true, what's to be said is that we will see unification bouts. We will see people because basically it's just becoming another stable. It's just becoming another promotional company. And that's all it really seems to be. And they're just going to have their own line of fighters. And they're going to allow these fighters to move in and out with TKO main events. And that will be where we'll see the unification, so-called said, maybe different mixes of fighters coming in and going out, in that sense. That's what I thought, but I could be wrong.
No, well, I mean, the big subject is Benavidez, right, Clay? Everybody keeps talking about Benavidez.
It's not only Benavidez, it's the Benavidezes of the world, the Devin Haney, the fighters who, for the most part, don't really have use of a tournament style structure. They've already built themselves up to a degree, but definitely can use the platform and definitely be involved in some big fights. And in as far as activity is concerned, there can be a spot there for them, if they need that. But ultimately, what was going to be the selling point for a fighter who's built themselves up already to a certain degree, not sharing the lane with a Robert Merriweather or a Julian Rodriguez, right? How was that fighter going to find something in it for him, right? That made sense for him. I mean, I think the door that Jai Opetaya's showing is opened. I think that speaks to that fighter. If you were looking for what that can look like, look at a Jai Opetaya and maybe even attracting a David Benavidez as well. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
To it.
Well, the other thing too is, Clay, and this is speaking to what Ray's point was, is let's talk about, let's say, Julian Rodriguez, right? He's only had the one loss. Say he wins 2 times emphatically on Paramount Plus, good viewership, the whole bit. And he now is fighting for a Zuffa boxing belt. Right. The whole rule, or from the very beginning, before even announcements, that I was told was that when you get a Zuffa boxing belt, automatically you will be ranked in the top 10 of Ring Magazine, right? Mm-hmm. You know how in the prior to Zuffa, the boxing format as it currently stands, it's so hard to make fights because an A-level fighter will say, well, why should I fight you? You're a B-level fighter. What's it worth? And then we're dealing with that right now, even with 2 non-154 champions in Jerome Boots Ennis and Virgil Ortiz, right? Like, that's the drama that we're dealing with. What then prevents someone like Julian Rodriguez, who, let's say, becomes ranked number 7 in welterweight by Ring Magazine because he's the Zuffa boxing champion, to get a bag for fighting Devin Haney? And why not at this point? But in the old world, before Zuffa, would someone like Julian Rodriguez ever have gotten a chance to fight Devin Haney? The answer is no, because it's already hard enough to make an Ortiz versus a Boots Ennis, right? So that's the first thing.
Broly versus Devin fight.
Yeah, that's the first thing that's going to attract the Merriweathers, the Omar Trinidads to coming to Zuffa, the 20-year-old to 25-year-old fighter who's looking to get a chance to fight whoever they say is the king of that. So now it filters it to Ring Magazine, which in the show we've always talked about how that was going to work. Secondly, we just saw Zuffa Boxing's first event that they actually promoted. And let's remember what the word promotion means. You're promoting it so that more viewers can watch it. They did Canelo Crawford, right? Well, if Benavidez or Zurdo Ramirez, I don't know who, but I think it'll be Benavidez. Let's say Benavidez beats Zurdo Ramirez and he's now the unified champion. What stops Dana from doing the same exact thing he did for Canelo Crawford? Hey, we're going to do an event that I'm promoting, Benavidez versus my guy, Jai Opetaia, for the Cruiserweight Championship. And winner of this is signed to Zuffa Boxing to be in the heavyweight rankings. I'm going to rank him #1 heavyweight. Whoever wins this cruiser fight. You see what I'm saying, dude? It's all just promotions.
It's promotion. It's also a snowball effect. Because as champions, for example, you're giving an example of a Jai Opetaia, you know what I mean? He becomes a champion. He becomes the A side to these conversations. He becomes the opportunity. And all of a sudden, you know, the negotiations start to be a little bit different, right? As far as how other fighters on the outside are looking at their across the street politics now, maybe, of where it might make sense for them to be now. Because if I can compete outside for these belts and do all these things, and at the same time get the benefits of a broadcast network that's going to be showcasing in front of all types of people and commercials rolling through football games and basketball games, whatever else is rolling through there. If I can combine that, then I'm getting the best of both worlds. The competition is going to become not competition, right? Because it's going to be like, why even do this other stuff and deal with another hand in the pot that I have to feed when it looks like I may have a one-stop shop here with this whole entire business structure. It may make more sense, you know what I mean, to be over here. And especially when we're talking about up-and-coming fighters coming out of the USA, the amateur space and things of that nature, who Oscar De La Hoya or Al Heyman or Bob Arum or, you know, maybe even Eddie Hearn don't even find value in you that way. They need you to build up a little bit more. It doesn't even make sense to go over there. And if I'm over here at home at Zuffa, who took the chance on me and put me in a tournament style structure that built me up, and they can get me the big fights, and I can get on the Riyadh Season Ring Magazine cards, and the things start compounding, and it snowballs into, as far as a fighter is concerned, what's the more logical move for me to make in my career, and what the are now finding a home. You've made it comfortable for them. So you got Jai Opetaia's manager doing interviews now saying, yeah, bro, it made complete sense. It just, of course we went over here. They're giving us all the freedom. Julian Rodriguez said, my manager, this guy, that guy, they're all at the table negotiating with Zuffa on what's the best deal. So I'm still operating in that same place to where I'm protected. The people who have my back, who I've hired to have my back, can still do their jobs. And if anything, it's just, once again, adding. It's not taking away. It's not replacing. It's adding to what I'm trying to do. It only makes sense to be there. Let me see here. HLD1 says, unless Zuffa gets legislation changed, Zuffa Boxing are stuck to deal with the status quo, as the Ali Revival Act seems to have lost a lot of steam in Congress if it ever gets changed. Yeah, I mean, I think it is going to get changed, but even if it doesn't, regardless of how anybody wants to look at it, right? Whether or not, clearly, I'm going to tell you right now, I believe Zuffa, Dana White, those people, they have contingencies in place. If for some reason this doesn't roll out the way we want it to roll out, we have a contingency. The bottom line is, get your popcorn, get your fucking popcorn, and get ready, because it's going to be a fucking show. If you think for 1 minute that these promotional companies can hang with us, they are definitely going to have to show you guys more than they can tell you guys, because we coming in smacking your favorite rapper in his mouth, and we built like that to do it. So if you think that this Muhammad Ali act is end all be all to stop us, or it's whatever, fine, believe what you want, but don't also get it twisted that we might not get it passed, because don't forget that Dana White and Donald Trump are crazy glue type. So don't be shocked at what a good dinner, a good conversation, and a good laugh over a well-aged bourbon whiskey could come up with. You know what I'm saying?
Honestly, I would be more shocked, and I told you this, Clay, on our private conversation, so I'll say it now, but I'll be more shocked if Zuffa Boxing isn't involved in the White House week in June. I'd be more surprised at that, because I think that's when you're going to see the first set of Zuffa Boxing champions, right? I agree with you, Clay, that it's kind of hard Yeah, I understand. I mean, it's possible that Congress doesn't pass it, but
Right.
it's a little hard when Dana White could just call Donald Trump and invite him to this Friday's event, and Donald Trump will show up. You know what I mean? Like,
and Donald Trump is a very loyal-minded person. He's that type of person. He thinks like
Well,
that. If you do for me, he feels obligated to do for you. Like that's how he feels. Like that's how he moves. Like he will. Don't be shocked. Is what I'm saying. Don't be shocked.
I really don't want to like really bring up legislation, but I mean, there's a different situation there, right? Because the Congress is the Congress, and the executive order is executive order. So
but influence is influence too. Influence is influence, bro.
Right.
Don't get it.
I'm not getting it
twisted. Right. And that's why I said you're absolutely right. But to Clay's point, also, let's say they don't pass it. Who gives a shit? Every fighter by then would have said, well, I don't care because I've never been treated like this before. I got my own nutritionist. I got my own training center. I'm getting the best. I'd rather sign with them anyway. So please let me say, right?
And what I would agree with you guys, what I would say is all laws have been amended, right? That's why we have amendments. So, I mean, there's a reason why an amendment or something should be made, because we're seeing exactly, like I said, I think yesterday, we're seeing exactly what's going on with the Muhammad Ali Act. Look how all these promoters are taking advantage of these fighters, bro. They ranged from being a promoter to forming promotional companies, because remember, when your promoter's supposed to work for you, and now they have promotional companies where they sign the fighters to work for them, and they're taking a bigger piece of the pie. They're basically double dipping in that sense. So. Which is not allowed in the Muhammad Ali Act, but they're doing it, right? They're taking different roles as advisors or presidents or whatever the case may be, and they're tripling down on the money. So for all the people that believe that the Muhammad Ali Act is solid stone, it's not. These guys have found loopholes and they're taking advantage of it. End of the day, so an amendment should be made. I mean, they're taking money from these guys anyway. They're not having seats at the table anyway. We'll represent you. You'll be fine. Don't worry. We'll talk to your manager, and your manager will get back to you. We'll talk to your promoter. He'll get to you. And here we go. Said now we got a situation going on with a lawsuit. So I mean,
you're talking about Virgil Ortiz.
Generally speaking, I'm just saying, like, you see this going on constantly, and the promoter's the show. And without the promoter, there's no show. So they're taking advantage, and we're starting to see this. So why wouldn't we want something to happen that's going to be beneficial to the fighters, especially when we're getting insurances, we're getting nutrition, we're getting healthcare, we're getting facilities and custom wardrobes and things like that to kind of stay with the program. So I'm not mad at it, to say the least, because it can only go and get revised and then either change back or revised to something similar to what's already going on if it's not working. So it's all right. It is what it is.
Something better, even that works even better than what they thought it was going to work. The bottom line is you can't stop the rain. You know what I'm saying? When it rains, it pours. You know what I'm saying? And that's not me. That's not my little plug.
That's a play on his name, right?
No, it's not really. That I thought about it as I was saying it, but I really meant it in the sense of what rain does. Right? When it comes down, it comes down. You either get your umbrella, you know what I'm saying, and you prepare, or you get wet. You heard?
I honestly wish, Clay, that you had a button that said new edition and you could have pressed the song right after you said it, sunny day.
Oh my goodness, bro.
Listen, when it rains, it pours, man. And that's where we are right now in this process. Like I said, it's one thing to spend 6 months to 6 to 9 months or 6 months to a year speaking on this and telling you guys what to look out for and being those guys. And it's one thing to shoot at us when we're doing that. It's okay, right? But it's a whole nother thing to when the pudding is here. You heard? Because the pudding is here. The pudding. So now we got to just deal with it in real time. We got to see how it works out, what it turns into, and we got to deal with it in real time. And that's what we're gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Because it's real time right now. It's real time.
Right. Guys, and we do. I mean, I hope that, and I hope Clay maybe on Thursday, because the fight is on Friday, that we'll get a chance to break down each fighter, because I don't know if you're gonna call it on Friday, but when you look down the list, bro, it's pretty good group of talent. I think think it'll be a fun time to watch.
And it's gonna be one thing I'm confident in. It's gonna be competitive fights. It's not gonna be cherry pick against the artificially flavored new face of boxing energy, and that I think within itself, when you looked at like the WBC Grand Prix, nobody knew the names,
right?
The WBC Grand Prix, but one thing, the WBC Grand Prix was very competitive because the best were trying to fight the best who were trying to become the best and become. So you started to become entertained. That's how you become fan of a Troy Nash, who's by the way on this, right? That's
how
you
opener.
Yeah, you become a fan of these fighters because you see them and you don't know who they are by name, but if you're into the sport and the competitive nature of the sport, then you're finding entertainment in the actual fights that are happening, and the event starts to become worth more than the actual fighters. Who you about to watch? I don't know. I'm just watching the Grand Prix.
There you go. It is.
I'm watching the Grand Prix, bro. The best is fighting the best. And I think Zuffa's heading down that same road. They're trying to give you, I don't know who that is on the card, but I'm just going to be watching Zuffa because they have a boxing event going on and it's going to be some fighters up there. Oh, and before you know it, but you remember that fighter from the last one? What was his name? The Troy Nash kid? I think he's on this one too. Oh, word. Yeah, I kind of like him. Okay. Now you start building relationships up with these fighters, and before you know it, you're catching the event, anticipating, what it might look like based off the last event, based off what the last time you saw the fighter do something, and it builds organically and it grows in that direction. I do want to move the needle though, because we're an hour and 11 minutes.
Yep. Keyshawn talk.
Keyshawn Davis, and so set it up for us, Clay, because you're talking about the Mill City. Things were said. So how do you go first? How do you see this whole thing?
Well, look, without a doubt, right? Without a doubt, Keyshawn Davis, like I said earlier, to skip the soliloquy about, the expectations that were put on this kid, right? 13-0 right now. 13-0 was just when you talk about experience, professional experience, I always say there's a prospect energy about him still. Even though he was a WBO champion at 135, there's still this air of prospect around him, right? That you can't help but acknowledge. And especially when he does things like what happened in Virginia, it just shows the lack of experience as a guy being on the top, him making those type of mistakes, right? So ultimately at this point, we saw him come back and he made this big change, right? He moves and overhauls his team, namely Bomac and whatever Bomac comes with, whether that's Bernie the Boxer, whether that's whatever that Bomac represents as far as a team is concerned. He's moved away from that and he's made a big change. And I think that was the biggest change that people are talking about. That's the elephant in the room with Keyshawn Davis, is what in the hell happened between you and Bomac? Because it seemed like a match made in heaven for all argumentative purposes, right? People were calling this kid the next Terrence Crawford. You saw Terrence Crawford attributes about him in the ring, and you had to attribute a lot of that to his success. And he's moving away from that. He's decided to switch everything up in the 9th inning and decided that he's going to go with this whole entire new movement. Well, Bernie the Boxer gets an interview with Mill City. Mill City gets an interview, I should say, with Bernie the Boxer and confronts him. Once again, shout out to my brother Mill City, who's going to always be in the middle of these type of conversations, because normally when you're hearing stuff like what Bernie the Boxer is saying, it's going to be on his platform, right? So you got to salute him and appreciate what he's built over there. But Bernie spoke on it pretty, as he normally does, frankly. Right? As he normally does, he spoke frankly on it and said, listen, I don't know nothing about him drinking. And then he added to it, he added some perspective and said, to be honest with you, with the type of camp that Bomac coordinates and runs, I don't know when he had time to drink. Kind of shocked, to tell you the truth, that he's drinking and we don't notice it. The camp is structured in a way to where that's going to be a very difficult thing to do. And on top of that, be productive in the camp, be able to even hang in with the regiments that are being set out in front of you to get you ready as a champion. So he said, I have no comment on it to say like what he was going through at that time, because I can legitimately say I never saw anything that would lead me to believe he was going through that. And I was there from the whole through the camp. I'm there. You know what I'm saying? You guys see me, I'm there. And he's also spoke on the missing weight situation and saying that from his understanding, from his point of view, he feels like Keyshawn could have. I want to call him right, because Bernie last night did a live and he shitted on a lot of content creators. for being inaccurate with their. Shout out to Greg over there at AM Radio. Keep your head low, protect your neck, keep your head on the swivels. Bernie got plans on his hand touching your face when he see you. So, but that being said, he basically stated not to throw Keyshawn Davis under the bus and say Keyshawn didn't make weight on purpose, but he just said it the other way, which is, I think he could have made weight. Therefore, the space can take that for whatever it's worth and be like, so if he could have made weight, then that means he chose not to make weight. And now the question goes into, why did he choose not to make weight? Why did he choose not to fight Edwin DeLasantos? Why did he choose to change from the team? You know what I'm saying? I was getting him ready for that. What does this speak to when it comes to Keyshawn Davis? Was this a panic attack, impulsive move he did? And maybe even more importantly than what happened in the past, how does that translate into what we can expect from Keyshawn Davis against Jermaine Ortiz on January 31st? Is Keyshawn Davis more confident, less confident? How does he gel back? Because from what I understand, this is his old team that he started off in boxing with. How does he gel back with that team? All of the work that Bomac put into Keyshawn Davis, that relationship, that understanding, right? Bomac knows Keyshawn. Keyshawn's team knows Keyshawn, but do they know a Keyshawn that doesn't exist no more because Bomac has reinvented Keyshawn? Are they on point to guide him to the biggest stages on the biggest shows and get him to be what everybody thought he would be when he was with Bomac? Does that make sense? That's the long. That's version of it.
I'm right there with you to set the table for everybody. Go. You want to go first, Greg?
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say that it's a lot. The key factors, if you're watching this as just a boxing fan and you're trying to see what's next for Keyshawn Davis, who's fighting Jermaine Ortiz as the co-main event, January 31st in Madison Square Garden, is, you know, how's he going to look off the rust? Because it'll be 1 year since he's fought. He fought Dennis Berenchek, and that was in February of 2025. And then he hasn't fought since, right? And a lot of drama, this and mental health and all the things that Keyshawn's already said. If you guys want to look it up, go ahead. We had Jaleel Hackett here, and when we did the interview with him, we were surprised for him to be so open with us when he said he was doing all that. He had never even really been for real training in any of his pro training camps because he was going out and doing the drinking and the smoking. Remember that, Clay? And we had him clarify it, right?
We didn't want him going around. We didn't want the narrative as a space.
The narrative to go out, right? and Jaleel, you know, he's not lying to us. He because we didn't even ask him the question. Right. He wanted to go ahead and open up about it, right? So to the first point, when Bernie was saying, I don't know how he could have done it. Well, he's a grown-ass man, so I don't know. He could have been drinking, you know, right before he went to sleep. He could have been, you know, I don't know, right? I don't know. But it doesn't matter anyways, because the last time we saw Keyshawn Davis fight was when he was with Dennis Berenchek a year ago. All we're seeing now is all this. I mean, I feel like a lot of it is drama. I heard something about Keyshawn, you know, felt a certain way about how Bomac was speaking about him leaving them. And I can only tell you, Clay, that I do agree with you that boxing, combat sports in general, it is a team sport. Right? I agree with you on that. I think that because it's so mental, that it's extremely important for you to be in the right mental frame of mind. And I'll push back a little and say, maybe between the Dennis Berenchek fight and now, something was happening, whether Keyshawn is correct about it or not, to where Keyshawn didn't like how things were moving with Bomac. And rather than cutting Bomac down in any way, he just said, I'm just going to part ways. Now, I say that to say that we're watching the NFL, and how many coaches have been fired already, Ray? Right? Your coach, Mike Tomlin, who's never had a losing season, got cut. Right?
He
resigned, but everybody knows that everybody.
Get fired.
The Buffalo Bills, Sean McDermott, he's only had the one losing season. He's taken them to playoffs the whole time. He's had the Bills be the best it's been since the 90s, and he got fired. Right? Everybody's like, How is that possible, right? So, Bomac, all respect to you, brother, all respect. But if the fighter who is the paycheck wanted to fire you, he has every right to do it. Whether it was a good move or a bad move, or I mean, we talked about this in the Erickson Lubin fight. Remember, I said I don't know if that's such a great move because he was winning off of that guy. So what really happened? Why did he fire his last coach? And then he got knocked out by Virgil Ortiz, and we're speculating maybe he should have moved up in weight or whatever. At the end of the day, man, Keyshawn Davis will be judged by how he performs on January 31st. Bomac will just be a side dish of a story. That won't be the main story. If Keyshawn wins, for example, are we really going to be talking about Bomac? No, we're not. All we're going to be talking about is who Keyshawn's fighting next. If Keyshawn loses, are we really going to be talking about Bomac? No, we're not. No, we're not really. We're just going to be like, well, Keyshawn, year layoff, whatever the excuse would have been.
Are we not going to acknowledge the his presence not being there and him not being the same fighter if he loses this fight?
Okay, look.
Come on, let's be honest.
Okay, all right, hold on. First of all, if the facts are correct that this is Keyshawn's original team, well, if this is the same original team that got him to the silver medal, not bad. Not bad at all, right? Now, I don't know. You would know this more than me, Clay, because I didn't follow Keyshawn that deeply. At what point did Bomac get into his career? Is he a Bomac-built fighter from fight number one as a pro all the way up to the championship? Or did Bomac come in like in the tail end of that, right? Like, did he just kind of get in there like, kind of like what he did with Chris Eubanks Jr., right? Who, by the way, let's not forget this idea too. Chris Eubanks Jr. did lose that fight. Bomac trained him. Did the coaching really make a difference? You know what I'm trying to say? Like, I'm just saying that I want to hold the fighter accountable for what he is. I feel like this whole Bomac and Keyshawn, is it really as important as we're making it sound? I don't know. And honestly, I think Bomac's moved on. If Bomac's a little bit hurt about it, then I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know why Bomac would be hurt about anything like this because
he's not hurt about it. And it's not about to me, it's not about loyalty or disrespect. It's about Keyshawn Davis is what this is about. It's not about anybody else but Keyshawn Davis. And the question and concern goes in the area of, there's an old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think fans are curious about what was broke about that. Did that need fixing? And if it didn't need fixing, if everything was just working perfectly and there was nothing to fix about it, then what sense can you make of the change when you have a tried true process that you believe is going to get you to the big show and have you beating 9 out of 10 fighters you get in front of? Why make a change like that? Was it impulsive? And can this come back and bite him in his ass? You know what I'm saying? In this situation, could this be something that, he could look back at and be like, ugh, if I could change anything? I mean, Ray, what do you think?
I want to start with this. I think we're missing a whole big point. First of all, his team that he currently has did not get him to the Olympics. If you actually go back, Coach K got him to the Olympics.
Oh, there we go.
His mother decided to pull him away from Coach K and go a different direction, in which he landed with the current team that he has now. And then his brother Shakur actually got him in bed with Bomac, which he made another change. A lot of things we have to look at. I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to start with the ego, right? I think this guy is solidified, strong, egotistical. He's strong-minded, right? He wants to be the star. He wants to be the biggest guy in the room. And I think when we go back and check this, I want to compare it to when Ryan Garcia entered the gym with a co-host of stars and boxers with Derek James. How that rubbed people the wrong way. And instead of Derek James cutting ties with Ryan Garcia, the guys decided that they're going to leave Derek James. So it was the opposite effect. I think here we have Bud Crawford, Lester Martinez. We have So Cold Steve Like we have so many people here in this gym, and plus he's training younger fighters, and he brings his brothers in. He brings a lot of people into this gym, and I'm thinking what's happening is they want the attention, they want the acknowledgement of who they are. They wanted to be a part of something big, and they wanted to help the gym. Obviously, they thought they were going to help the gym, but they wanted to be the name of the gym. They knew what the time was passing for Bud Crawford. They wanted to be the next level thing, and I think that Bomac, given the disparities that he had and the concentrations on what he had to his main fighters that he already had there, and including giving Keyshawn some respect and his share of experience, there was a change. You know what I mean? Okay, I don't like working with this trainer. I don't like working with this trainer. Why does my brother got to work with that guy? Why? And I think what happens is you get a lot of this. And I'm using the word think very strongly because obviously there's something that ruffled the feathers, but we also have to look at all these things coming together, right? And I also believe there's some conflicts there. I think those conflicts became more of a I don't like this, I don't want that. You know, I'm starting to be stubborn, I'm starting to get big-headed, I'm a champion now, and I'm going to do what I got to do. All these things prospering. As we move into another situation, let's speak of the drinking thing, right? We have a situation where he got caught smoking weed in Texas, right? And it was a situation where they took the fight away from him or whatever, made it no contest. And then now we have a situation, and he made a promise, I'm never going to do that again. He's on the mic. He's telling everybody he changed, he found God, he did this, he did that. And I'm not going down that road again. I've seen what it is to be at the bottom, and I don't like being in this situation. I'm moving forward. Here we go now. We get into a fight. He gets a championship, and he's calling out Tank. He's calling out this guy. He said he'll fight Shakur for the right amount of money. He'll do this. He'll do that. Boom, 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 boom. He gets to the fight with DELASANTOS. I'm going to stop him. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to show him that I'm the best. I'm going to show him who I really am. And then now he has a drinking problem all of a sudden. I'm not telling you he doesn't. We do know there's a case of mental health there. We do know that he strongly stands by that. And we could kind of see that playing out because we've seen all the different characteristics coming out of Keyshawn. And I think when we see these characteristics coming out of him, I think he's showing us that he's not stable. He has his personality jumps. And when his personality jumps, it creates these situations where he becomes a monster or he becomes a subtle guy. He's a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde living in himself. And I think that's what's happening. I think a lot of people had enough of it. I think they were tired of it. And I think it just kind of parted ways naturally. And I just think that there was a little shade thrown by Bernie, but Bernie was set up in the question. I don't think Bernie intended to talk about Keyshawn.
Okay.
Shout out to my guy Mill City.
Okay.
All right. I think it was asked very, very uniquely where he had no choice.
It was a subtle segue,
right?
And and Bernie's personality is the type of personality that will bite on a hook, a worm like this, right? Bite on the hook, like he will bite on this turn, and he'll freely speak. Like I said, frankly and freely speak, and it can avalanche into something. And one thing Mill City's not going to do is get him in front of a good avalanche for his channel. He's going to sit back and allow that. And that's when you get like the Brian Norman Sr. rants, and you get these moments where Mill will just get quiet and be like, and just allow you to do your thing. So, like I said, that platform is a platform where you're going to get these type of takes from it because
that's what he is. He's a Jerry Springer. He's a Jerry Springer. Let me finish up so I can land this plane real quick.
Oh my God, Mill City!
Hey, Mill City!
Listen,
Mill's in the building. We'll let that slide. He will let that go.
Listen, we like Mills over here, right? But we saying that.
Of course.
He uniquely asks questions. He's definitely the guy that knows how to throw the questions out there and gets people to respond, and they're honest, right? They feel comfortable with the truth,
right?
But with that being said, we have a weakened, struggling, untempered gentleman in Keyshawn Johnson. I'm sorry, Davis. Dang, wrong guy.
Hey, we talking football.
Hold on. Keyshawn Davis, right? Who's a reaction? He's a bomb. He's waiting to blow up, and he responds instantaneously to everything. So what does he do? He allows it to eat him alive. Now he's going after Bomac, who said nothing, right? He's going after Bernie the Boxer, who did say something. And then he starts dismantling each person in each sector. So now what happens is now you're going to get responses from this. Is going to really be an effect. This is just the start of the avalanche right now. Let me tell you. So now we're going to start hearing truths come out. And when the truths start coming out, man, it's going to be bad. So listen, shout out to all the parties here.
I got to get in front of that, right? And I got to give Keyshawn his props. Because Keyshawn did come out on an interview with
is it Versace? The Versace interview?
No. He did an interview. I think it was Fight Hype.
Fight Hype.
Okay.
It was either Fight, because he did a bunch of them. So he had a Fight Hype one.
He had the gray hoodie on, right? Gray hoodie or something.
He had the same outfit in all of them. Like he did it back to back. He did one and then he did another one.
Okay.
But one of them, he basically said, "We're going to leave that in the past."
Oh, hopefully.
He's saying basically whatever happened.
Let it go.
Whatever happened in that situation, he's basically saying, when I win this fight, he's basically saying what Angelo said, right? When I win my fight on the 31st and I do what I'm about to do to that guy, we'll be done with this.
I hope so.
They'll be talking about the amazing Keyshawn Davis again. So he's not worried about it, but he did say that he basically stated people should mind their business, is what he said, right?
Okay.
That people should stay in their lanes and not speak on things they know nothing of.
Which I agree. Clay, by the way,
I'm with that.
I'm 100% into the whole, look, man, if you don't know Keyshawn that well anyway, and all you care about is watching whether or not he wins or not, then don't worry about this drama. And this is what we always talk about on the show is, I don't give a shit about your drama, dude. Exactly. I just want to see if you're going to put on a good fight or not. I don't care.
And as long as we see this guy in the ring, under this lane I play, I'm going to skip everything else I had on the menu here because I want to drag it out. But as long as he gets to the ring, he puts in a performance, win, lose, or draw, he gives us the fight that we want. I think he'll gain some peace. You know what I mean? At will, but there's going to be questions. You know what I mean? Depending on.
I don't think it's win, lose, or draw. I think it's win.
Yeah.
If he loses, if he draws,
if he loses a lot of questions, if he loses a lot of questions, we'll come back out.
Yeah, right? Of course it will. But I mean, I just think that lasts a week, and then that week's like the longest week of your life all the time. But you know what I mean? I think and honestly, if and just to say this too, the biggest story that night is even if Keyshawn does lose, he'll be completely under the rug. No one will pay attention. If Shakur loses, right? If Shakur loses, the whole world is just going to be talking about that. They're not going to be talking about. I think if they lose, they're going to actually use both of them to celebrate the loss and try to dismantle and cause a disruption there. Like they're gonna create chaos but with both of them because they're going to be like they're brothers. They lost. It's going to be a whole storyline. So I don't even want to parallel. Let me not put any bad juju out there. So. I'm just saying, salute to all these guys. I hope they all do well. Whatever happens, man. Listen, shout out to Keyshawn, shout out to Bernie and BBM, whatever it is over there. But let's just keep it real, man. Let's just hope. And
since we are on that subject, Clay, and I just want to let you know that our link is out there to a possible special guest who may be coming in. So just please pay attention on the background, just in case. You'll know who it is when you see it. Jermaine Ortiz versus Keyshawn Davis. Let's just talk about that as just the fight itself. Do you guys see that as a Keyshawn's a heavy favorite, or do you see it the way I see it, which is it's 50-50, dude? Because I haven't seen Keyshawn in a year, so I don't know.
I think, you know what? I'm going to say that because I know we want to leave it out, but I just can't help it. I got to be real with you and say, before all of these things came out, in the team switch and everything, I would have been heavily favoring Keyshawn Davis to win this fight. And I believe because of the changes, because of everything that's going on, because of the mental health aspect of it, because of the new team, yes, I think this is a closer to a 50-50 fight than it's ever been because Jermaine Ortiz is a very experienced fighter. He's been in there with a caliber of fighter that people have a hard time looking past a loss and looking forward into experience. They don't know how to separate it. They don't understand that although he took a loss against a Vasily Lomachenko and a quote-unquote loss against a Teofimo Lopez, that there's an experience. They're 24 valuable rounds that a fighter like Keyshawn Davis does not have in his tool bag. And he arguably beat Teofimo Lopez, and he competed at the highest level with Vasily Lomachenko, right? He competed at the high. He competed. He won rounds. He you know what I'm saying? He boxed one of the best boxers that were in the space at that time. So Jermaine Ortiz is an evolution. He's a process of evolution. Keyshawn Davis will be fighting a fighter whose experience has culminated to this point on January 31st, whereas Jermaine Ortiz has an argument to say, I've seen the Keyshawn Davises. I've seen them. I've seen people try to be aggressive, go for the knockout, be athletic, be a great boxer, be all these different things. And I've learned from the experience I've had, and I'm that guy now when I step into the ring with Keyshawn Davis. Keyshawn, unfortunately, his trajectory was great. The momentum was great that he was taking. Moving with that momentum was a great momentum. And his team was great. It was a part of him. When we spoke about Keyshawn, we spoke about Terrence Crawford. We spoke about Bomac. We spoke about Shakur. We spoke about Floyd Mayweather. We spoke about all these moving parts that let us know that his future was bright, that he wasn't where he needed to be, where he was going to be right now, that he was going to be where he was going to be when it was time, because we knew he had a supporting cast that was going to help him get there. He's shaken off a lot of those supporting cast members that we thought were going to be part of the conversation, and he's changed the conversation a bit. The question is it for the better or is it for the worse? We'll find that out on January 31st. So I'm going into this kind of blind, guys, a little bit. I don't necessarily know who Keyshawn Davis is right now all the way.
Exactly.
Respectfully.
So,
yeah, no.
So when you asked me, so when you asked us yesterday who you think is going to get the upset, that's exactly why I said I think this is probably the most likely to be the upset on the card, right? Because even though I kind of looked back at the card and I was like, oh, it could be here. I actually think this can be still the upset of the card, because this is the co-main. This is the fight that is expected to be a great return for Keyshawn, a guy in Jermaine Ortiz that they're supposed to just walk over, which I don't think Jermaine Ortiz is a walkover, to say the least. I think he's a very good, calculated fighter. I think he's been doing things for a long time in the ring, and he has more professional fights. He has more ring experience. He has more opportunities to see things that most fighters haven't. But at the same time, we have to understand that Jermaine Ortiz is he gets caught up, I think, in a moment at times. I think he's a little bashful, to say the least. Like, I think he's very honest. And that kind of has been his go-to. He fades away in the fights at the end. We've seen that happen, but I think he doesn't. He has in his mindset that this can't happen again. He's got robbed. Yes, I don't care if it was a UD, because Teofimo was crying in that ring, right? He was crying in that ring, talking about putting his head down in prayers. And when he got that win, that dude was like, "Thank you." Did he not turn to the president? Thank you. Yes, he did, because he did not expect that to happen. He thought he lost that fight. We thought he lost that fight. Then you had the fact that he fought, like you said, he fought Loma. He fought Loma, and then he just faded a little bit, right? So I don't think he wants to let this opportunity slip him away again. This is an opportunity for him to move forward, whether he goes to 147 and compete, or he stays here and tries to get a title. This is his moment. And I think he's only had this is his third big fight that I think in his career, and he has a statement to make. Now, if he sits there and lets people punch on him, he lets Keyshawn punch on him, it's going to be a long night. If he goes in there and does what he needs to do and puts a perfect game plan together, it's going to switch a lot of fans to understanding what he is and who he is. And we'll see. And hopefully, Keyshawn does not disappoint us either, and we get a good fight.
Yeah, and I what I'll add to that is that I think that's why it makes it a compelling co-main event, right? Is the curiosity of not knowing what might happen. But yeah, think about this scenario. So if Ortiz upsets, let's call it that, because that's going to be the narrative, upsets Keyshawn Davis in a really big way, right? Not barely beats him, but actually for real beats him. Okay. Ortiz could easily that night on a press conference, every time he talks to the media, say, you guys saw what you saw, and this is why you all know I got robbed by Teofimo. So since Teofimo just lost anyway, I'll even give him a shot at fighting me. since I beat Keyshawn, and everybody knows I'm really better than Tio. And now he just made himself another payday. Or Jermaine Ortiz could be the next guy to move up if Shakur wants to fight like this. That's why I feel like Ortiz, he's seeing this as an opportunity to really make himself get up there. And it's going to take the best version of Keyshawn to really showcase all the things that Keyshawn's talking about. So I'm excited for it, Clay.
There's a saying out there, right, that I heard before. I don't remember who I heard say it, but there was somebody who was speaking towards a team aspect of the sport. And he said, you know what? Fighters win fights, right? A great fighter wins a fight, but a great team wins a career. Right? So the sense of, the fighter, a great fighter can win a fight, but a team makes a Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford doesn't jump around trainer to trainer to trainer, move around and beat Terrence Crawford. He, as talented as he is on his own merit, a very talented fighter, but he doesn't do it without Bomac. He doesn't do it without Bernie. He doesn't do it with the supporting cast without Shakur. Yeah. He doesn't do it with those people, those honest, credible voices that have earned his respect in years of this roller coaster ride called a boxing career, and go 42-0 and become pound for pound one of the best fighters of the era, if not the best fighter of the era. So there's a long game. There's a long game in this boxing thing. And there's definitely a short game. There's a right now, and there's a 5 to 10 years down the line game. And the question is, did Keyshawn Davis and the moves he made do well for him in the long game? Because even on the back end of this Jermaine Ortiz victory that he gets, if he gets that victory, it still leaves some questions there, because we're still, it's kind of like we're still watching some of the backwash from Bomac still. He's still a product of Bomac. But as time goes on, will Keyshawn evolve and continue to become a better fighter? Will he digress? You know what I'm saying? Will they add to what Bomac did and have him be a better fighter every time he goes out? Because that's what I saw in Keyshawn Davis. I saw him improving fight to fight to fight. I saw him improving, doing different things. Are we going to stop seeing that movement that way? One fight at a time, this one being the most important one. The one in front of you is always the most important fight. So the fight he has on January 31st is the big and important fight. But yeah, this conversation about the team switch, it's not about the drama of it all. It's about the magnitude of the impact, because Keyshawn Davis is a promising future pound for pound fighter. And when he makes changes like this, it's going to raise eyebrows, especially on the back end of the weekend he had in Virginia.
Yep. That's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot of pressure to overcome too.
Yeah.
Not.
You know what I mean? It is what it is. Look, what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw out I'm in the building tonight. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got nowhere to go. I got the text message that I'm good. You don't need me. So I'm going to go ahead and put the link out for the StreamYard right there. Feel free to hit the link, come up, build. I'd love to know you guys' opinion on Keyshawn Davis. 13-0. Like I said, there's a prospect energy about him. He is 100%. I want to go on record. Not a prospect. He is a contender, a former lightweight champion of the world. I respect to Keyshawn Davis, but just keeping it 100 on his record. 13-0. He was fast tracked. He's passed every test for the most part. He's derailed himself a little bit on making bad, impulsive decisions. That's a growing part of any young man growing from boys to men. Shout out to the group, right? He's growing, he's evolving, and he's growing up in front of the cameras. So mistakes that he's making, a lot of us in here could probably look back into mistakes we made that was 10 times more egregious than the mistake he's made. I mean, all he did was miss weight on a scale. You know what I mean? That's like not to make it the worst thing in the world, but at the end of the day, you know what I mean, for the most part has passed any test that's been put in front of him, and he's being moved accordingly. But now taking his career in his own hands, trying to be more of a boss, moving on his own, was that the smartest move he did, moving away from Bomac. who seemed to build a lot of structure around him and helped him build himself back up when he was down after the Nihir Albright fight. Helped him have a comeback of the year, showcase of year of fighting, and walked him into a WBO championship and got him across the line and made him a lightweight champion.
This is a show your face panel, HLD. I'm sorry, bro. If you ain't
one day HLD will show his face. I'm sure. Salute HLD.
No, he don't want to show everybody he darker than you, Clay. It's all good.
Yeah. He black like this. He blacker like this. He black like this.
I know black. I know black.
I know black. I'm black, but you black like this.
Yo, he got them kids black, bro.
But you black like this.
I'm just messing with you, HLD, man.
No, I you know that we can have fun with some of this. Yeah, I love it. I'm good. Look, this whole thing with Keyshawn, it's. First of all, I believe he's bullshitting on the drinking. I think he's taking advantage of the situation to use that as more of an excuse about anything. I do believe Bernie when he came out and said that. I believe that he was already bullshitting before Bernie came out with it. This kid is the same kid, which nobody wants to accept. Bullshitted everybody when he was in the fight week of Baranchik to say that man sent them watermelons and banana, only to get traction for a fight that was nobody talking about. And nobody held him to the fire for that. I called out Bernie on that same thing on Mills. And that man froze when I put that up on him. Yo, we know they came out that there's cameras of who brought in the banana and watermelon. They know there was from Team Keyshawn. And he didn't know what to say. The guy on the breakfast show when Shakur was on the thing, hey, he brought it up. Hey man, they're saying that you guys were the ones who did that. They didn't want to say nothing. Because it's a fact. This guy's been playing the media. That same week he played it off with Najee, trying to make this a whole, we got to do it for Black History Month and all that. Yo, man, there's people who take advantage of situation of cultural problems that we have, and they try to make money with it. And that's what he did that week. So this kid is known for me to be bullshitting the media and manipulating them. He's using this whole mental health issue thing. And he may have whatever issues he have, emotional issues. I don't call emotional issues mental health issues. Whether you don't know how to deal with life, that's your problem. Your daddy should have taught you. But the fact is, I really believe that this man is using this as a way to get the what we call it in Puerto Rico, ay bendito. Oh, the little mama give you a little, hey, we feel bad for you type of shit. I don't believe it. I don't believe that he was drinking. I believe Bernie 100%, bro. We didn't even get a whiff of this stuff. What are we talking about? And it's a tight niche camp. Come on, man. Shakur's part of that. He's been with them for many years, 5 years, I think it's been. And so I look. One thing I heard from Bernie say about everything, he had his clap back, if you will, about this whole thing. What did he say? Yo, man, you know what I find disrespectful? I've been part of the team 5 years. I'm one of his coaches, and I didn't even get a call to say, yo, man, I'm moving on. Yo, that sucks because I truly believe that these camps become family. These camps are family, and I believe that there is all due respect. Yo, coach this, yo, coach that. I appreciate everything you've done for me. You got me to the mountaintop, but I'm deciding to move on a different path because I want to grow my brand. I want to get now new accolades for my people. I can respect that. There's nothing wrong with him wanting to change it, but the way he handled it, I thought was wrong. I think it's not right at this point in time after all the bullshit that he's been through. I think this is the worst moment for that change. I'm not saying that, hey, it's going to be the cause of his downfall if there is one on the 31st. But, I think everything needs to be a well-oiled machine leading up to one of your big six fights after all this debacle that you just had. If anything, that was not mental health issues, what you did in Virginia, bro. That's you acting stupid. That's you acting egotistical. That's you thinking you above the game. That's you thinking that you're better than anyone and that, hey, everybody's got to flow at your way. And that's the problem that this young man has. And I hope it goes well for him. I'm not trying to wish him ill, but I think a lot of stuff that Bernie said was not wrong. All he said was his truth, the way he saw it. Yo, I didn't see no drinking. I didn't see none of that type of, I didn't have a whiff. Nobody said anything. Nobody, I'm sorry, yo, man. In the camps, what? He's a closet alcoholic now. I mean, is that what we're gonna say? I don't believe it. I don't believe that.
100%. That's what he would have us believe, right? Because I'm with you. I believe Bernie, and I think Bernie was very respectful, and I think he spoke very importantly from his position and his point of view to say that as somebody who was part of the camp, who's around this kid a lot, who was part of building the camp up, the structure of it, it would be hard for me to believe it, or should I say surprising for me to find out that this kid is doing something and trying to find a window of when he was able to not only do it, but recover in a way to where he's going through these strenuous training regimens we're putting him through, and just be in the, a closet, like you said, alcoholic. He doesn't see it. And then to furthermore commenting on him not making the weight, saying that he weighed less. If my understanding is correctly, he weighed less than what he weighed on the scale. To say that I saw him not weighing lighter than that. When did he gain the weight? You know what I'm saying? Ultimately, and go to that point to where he was 4 pounds and some change over. He was on the way to making weight. He was less than that. So he's in the belief that Keyshawn Davis could have made the weight.
He kind of spoke on Shakur too. Then when
yeah,
Shakur missed weight,
the Shakur in the Conceição situation,
yeah,
right?
And he did. He said there's other things that were involved with that.
Mm.
And I believed it because I believe Shakur was trying to get an advantage. He's like, nah, forget that. It's going to be my last fight at 130. Why do I pay sanctioning fees for this belt? And anyway, if I'm moving up anyway. That's what I thought initially. And I think Bernie helped confirm that more for me when he spoke on that. So, look, man, whatever it is, I think Keyshawn took the wrong route. I mean, he put 2 tweets up about the BOMAC team, and he co-signed somebody else's a tweet that he was saying fuck them basically, and he deleted both of those tweets. So I think the man has a lot of ego. He's proven
to be impulsive. He's proven to be a very impulsive person. And who else do we know?
Well, you could be impulsive.
Do we know who are impulsive like that?
You could be impulsive. You could be impulsive, but you got
Ryan Garcia.
Oh, Teal too,
and T.O. too. So
right. I mean,
you
got to be smart.
You won't agree with the T.O. thing, so I'll leave T.O. out of it. But the Ryan Garcia and the Gervonta Tank Davis situation, I think there's an argument to say that these guys kind of crashed out a little bit, kind of burnt out a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, we'll look at Keyshawn on January 31st.
It's going to be heavy. It's going to be heavy because everybody, I'm sorry, he could win, but if he wins bad, it's going to be looked about, what happened? I thought you didn't need them no more. I thought you learned everything from the BOMAC team. Huh? I mean, Bernie said another thing. Why did he move? I believe he moved because guess what? At B&B, you got to put in the work. You got to put in the work. And when people don't want to be there, it's because they don't want to put in the work. And basically, if Bud's got to do it, you got to follow the captain, basically. And so that's the difference. That's the difference, right? I mean, right now, Shakur's not with BOMAC. It's all Moses and his grandfather and that other dude that's in there. I don't see no BOMAC. Bud came in to do a cameo, but it ain't no Bud training in this camp. It ain't gonna be like it is at B&B. So
the camera doesn't show it. So I agree with you on that. But like I said, Shakur said that Bud he's sparring Bud pretty regularly. You know what I'm saying? That he's sparring.
No, he has in his lifetime, of course. Of course.
Is that Zab?
Yeah.
Or is that Mill? Is that Mill or Zab? That's Zab, right?
That would be Zab. That would be Zab.
Was good, champ.
Hey, champ.
Zab on the show today. I don't know if you would hit the link. I don't know. I'm going to do it anyway because that would be a great look for the channel. It'd be wild if Zab Judah popped up on the channel and just told everybody go fuck themselves and left. That'd be great. I mean, don't do that ideally, but that's worth something. If you want to come out real quick, I don't know. Yeah, 6 times. There we go.
Yeah. And Zab Judah is still, I believe he's the first person to ever cover that original first cover of ESPN the magazine when it came out was Zab Judah, man. And I remember like that was Zab Judah was basically on the trajectory of being the Mike Tyson at that point in his career.
No, Zab was that guy. One of my favorite. I told him this already. One of my favorite fighters, hands down, bro. The Zab was just he was the energy. He was the spirit of New York. Like he represented every strength and every, you know what I mean? He respected that gangster energy that what you used to say, Zab, all the time. I think Zab, people try to give Mayweather the props for that, but I heard Zab was the first person I heard say, if you violate, we gonna demonstrate.
He did.
He was the first person I heard say that. They try to give that. They try to give that to Floyd. You know what I mean? When Brian told him out and said Floyd said that, I'm like, I don't know, bro. I'm pretty sure. And considering that Zab Judah got the relationship with Devin like that, he's the godfather of Devin Haney. I'm like, I don't know. I didn't want to get into it, but I'm like, I heard Zab say that. I don't know when I heard. I'm sure Floyd said it at some point in time, but without a doubt, Zab Judah was the first person I ever heard say that.
Sure. I know my boy said he related to them. I told you that before, Clay. Derek, I don't put his full government out there, but D Nice, I'll give you his nickname. But yeah, man. He always talks about Zab in greatest situations, but he's a little older, you know what I mean? He says he hung out with his dad more. But he said he remembers Zab when he was younger. He got nothing but good things to say. He said, listen, he said, you ain't want to mess with the kid, but damn, he was a good kid, like at the end of the day. And, you know, much respect to Zab, man. Zab has always been one of my favorite boxers, man. I promise I can't take that away.
If you got anything good to say about Zab, you're just a fucking hater. Simple as that.
No, I mean it's true.
If you don't, or you do. I'm sorry.
He says if you don't,
you're a hater. Absolutely, you're a hater.
No, just real quick before we let BVO chime in on here. Zab, if he's still listening, you've always been very kind to all of us. When we were at Mayweather Gym, he always gave you your time. He'd never make you feel like he was too important for you to talk to him, and he was like that with everybody. So Zab's the real one, man. Like if you didn't even watch boxing, you would just think you're talking to a really cool ass dude from New York.
Tri-state way, bro.
Yeah,
we got respect when we outside, bro. That's just a tri-state way for real.
Yeah.
Salute to BVO in the building, man. What's good, BVO?
What's going on, man? How y'all brothers doing?
We're doing good, fam. No complaints. Won't complain, man.
So to my man, brother Ray, my man Angelo, how y'all brothers doing?
Doing good, man.
Always.
I got a good story. Zab showed me live and living color. I was in Fort Greene, seeing my aunt. I seen a guy that little knock a dude out my size. I said, wow. I didn't think that was possible.
Oh, crazy, right?
Talking about Zab had his baseball. You know how Zab used to have the chains on with the baseball hat back. I'm thinking his autograph. Man, some dude said something foul. Man, Zab knocked him out. I mean, I'm 6'5". That dude had to be my size. Man, he was asleep. I couldn't believe it. I said, whoa.
We'll get that autograph later, huh, BVO? We'll do that later, man. We're going to give you some space, brother. We're going to let you get some space, brother.
That's right. Let me buy you a drink.
You gotta leave them guys like Zab alone, man, just because he's small. Don't slap him. I talk crazy. I think he just said something and Zab knocked him out. So
I told you already, he was the originator of if you violate, we're going to demonstrate. That's why I heard it from constantly, not just one time. I've heard Zab quote that many a times. So that's why when they try to give Floyd the props for that, I'm like, I'm sure he said it, but just off the strength that I can't remember when he said it, I'm gonna have to give Zab the credit for that.
And I give Zab credit. I mean, even though he's from Brownsville, man, you know, nobody mess with Brownsville. Shout out to East New York. I still give him his credit, though, man. He not from East New York, but I give him his credit. But as far as the Keyshawn thing, I mean, that dude is like a drama queen, man. Like that's the problem, man, when these kids don't have their fathers around, man. You get this overly emotional person that got man strength. I just think it's really a lack in leadership, man, that we're seeing with Keyshawn, because if he had a father or somebody to kind of talk to him, some of the stuff he's doing wouldn't happen. This is a very almost like a lady, if that makes any sense. Like you used to women kind of reacting to how they feel and doing things this way. And I'm telling you, it's a crisis that we facing. I don't think we understand, man, that not having fathers in the home is gonna be to our destruction. And Keyshawn is just a small piece of that. You see that, like, what did he say famously? Vargas, they got their dad. We don't know nothing about that. And it was like, not to kind of like throw shade, but it's like he made it seem as if he was gonna put hands on the old man. I'm like, what? And it's just that you just notice, maybe because I have my dad, I notice like when a man doesn't have men around because they're really loose with their mouths, because we all know you can say the wrong thing to a man and violence can come to you. I don't care who you are.
That's a fact.
So it's just one of them things where it's sad, and it lets you know that our overall society is suffering from not having fathers in the home. And it's not Keyshawn's fault. This is just another guy that because now we're starting to see these guys grow up without their dad, and they like turning into monsters. We're seeing some of the most egregious things we ever seen from these guys because they have no compass. And when I say compass, I mean moral compass. I mean, Keyshawn is really a great fighter who don't know it. How crazy is that? You work all your life to be what he is. He even went back to the Olympics, got a silver medal, and now he's finally getting to the money, and he's just showing you how much of a jerk he is. I mean, I would pray that he would get some counseling, man, or a mentorship. Forget all the glitz and glamour you want to give guys. Some of these guys need to get a mental evaluation, man. And Clay, you know what I'm talking about.
Yes,
These
sir.
dudes do not be well. These guys do not be well. And they got everything in the world, but they won't go see a doctor. And I'm not talking about just physically. I'm talking about mentally. Some of these guys need to get some help, man.
Yeah, BVO, without a doubt. One thing that a father is going to provide to a son, and listen, I grew up without a father, you know what I'm saying? So I understand. And I grew up with a very strong mother. And I'm not saying that necessarily is all the way a compliment or not a compliment, right? I'm saying that, you know, the strength being in a woman for a young man can be good when it has to be, but ultimately it can breed up some feminine energy. You know what I'm saying? That where boys and grow up into men who deal with situations like strong women. And what you'll end up seeing is violence, or, you know, somebody who could be kind of bipolar, right? Like a Tank Davis, for example, not to like, you know, just speaking frankly, but just to say that you'll see that in them. You know what I mean? Strong woman, strong mother, probably led with a heavy hand. You know what I'm saying? Very strong on discipline, but that pressure being given by the woman can bring out some feminine, emotionally unstable energy from young men. And that can translate into high murder rates in cities like Chicago. That can translate into all kinds of things when men don't know how to control themselves. Because like you said, BVO, a man who's not in control of his emotions, violence is part of our nature. And if we don't know how to control that and keep that where it needs to be, it can spread into something real toxic and real unfortunate a lot of times, as we see happening in the hood. So Keyshawn Davis, though, one thing I'm going to give him, man, I want to give him his flowers on this one, because I don't want to make it all a bashing Keyshawn Davis conversation, is that clearly he's looking for the guidance. That's what makes him feel the way he does about Shakur Stevenson, right? Like, he's looking for that male figure. There's a certain acknowledgement that comes from him consistently when he goes through these situations, and he comes back and he's finding it in God now, in Jesus, right? Who's going to be the male figure, who's a male figure in his life as well, to a certain degree at this point, right? Where he's a young man battling and trying to find his way in this labyrinth called life. And I give him a lot of credit for doing that, right? But emotional, impulsive. This might be one of those emotional, impulsive moves he just did recently with this Womack situation. This could be that lack of, like you said, that male figure, that father figure who will let you know when you do something like what you did in Virginia. It's not about looking out. It's about looking in. It's not about what did Womack do? What did Bernie do? What did everybody do? You know what I mean? I got to start cutting people off in order to be the best version of me. No, you have to start taking real accountability for you to start being the better you, and that'll clear your eyes up and not put the pressure of blame and the weight of your actions on the shoulders of other people who have, for the most part, I would say, and I'm not there on a personal level to see how you guys are functioning as a team, has carried you to your best days in the boxing space. And I don't know if that was necessary. I don't know if switching teams is not going to turn around and bite you in the ass later on. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I know our special guest showed up real quick and then he bounced off. I'm guessing. I think who it was. It was CB. Let's just start with that.
Oh, I didn't see him. My bad.
Yeah, he came in and I was trying to get your attention, but it's all good.
Yeah, I was on
my
way.
Hey, but you know what they always say though.
Make no mistake.
One is the
what
title,
they say
the
about
other
weighing down
name.
that camel, man? What they say about doing that, man? And I think that's one of the best parables there ever was, man. Because you're not supposed to overextend yourself in this way. And I think we don't see. I can only say this because I spent some time in the field. When I played in the league, man, and I had everything I needed. The main thing I was trying to do, maybe because I had parents, was I started to read and I started to understand why I was feeling this way. And I think the pressures of life, I think we just over exacerbated sometimes. Sometimes you just got to get in that mirror, though. And I read a book that most people probably wouldn't agree with, but I read a book called Message to the Black Man, and it changed my whole life.
Right.
It changed my whole life, my whole perspective, the way I even treated women, talked to people. Because it's just about understanding why you're here to do things. And I'm telling you, in boxing, we always cheer when the guys are doing well, and then we laugh when they I seen my man Iran Barkley was homeless. Nobody had nothing for him when he was homeless. But why don't we say something now? Because now really, me and you are the Jim Lampleys and Bob Costas for boxing. I mean, it is what it is. So if we don't say it, that message won't get out there because all you get now is a bunch of pickle pullers. You say, oh, he's champ, he's this and that. And man, when you pickle pull guys, man, all that do is make people fall out, bro. And that's the problem with our whole society. Because we always say, oh, he's young. No, he's not. I know, once you get over, man, when you get to 26, 30 is soon to come.
25
I think more importantly, when you become a father, that goes out the door. You ain't got no choices no more. You better man. If you wasn't a man yesterday, you better be a man today because you got a whole seed who's waiting on you to figure your shit out. And so you better get it together. You ain't got no choice. You was man enough to make that baby. So now when the baby's here, we can't play that he's a young boy energy with you no more. No, we need some accountability and we need some act right. And we're going to hold you to that standard. Whether you're ready or not ready, you better get ready.
But make no mistake that we keep on saying there's only that of having maybe a lack of father. But you look, the same results can happen when you have a weak ass fucking father. When you have a real man in the house to run the household and to raise you as a real man, a weak ass father will be as detrimental as having all that feminine energy. So it's look, that situation he had over there in Virginia. Guess who wasn't there? His mother was not there. His mother was on a cruise. That's when we had this big homecoming thing coming with all his family and the mayor and that. His mother was not there for the first time, and this kid acted a fool.
Wow! So I didn't even know that.
Yeah. So
hey, real quick, Ray. Since this is off topic, but since you have the keys to the kingdom in the studio, you could let anyone in too. Just so that you know.
Well,
right?
that's he want to introduce them. He want to introduce them.
Right, not necessarily. No, sir.
He wanted to introduce
them. In that scenario, if it was who I think it was, because I didn't get to see who the guest was. In that scenario, if Clay is not seeing it, you could do a rude interruption because he was. If it is who I think it was, because again, I don't have the keys to the kingdom. Clay, never
only
sent
one
me
chef
that.
in the kitchen, guys.
But, yeah. Wait. Right. So at the end of the day, no, I wouldn't say that he should do that because no. Right.
There's only one chef in the kitchen, man.
What I do think though is a text message communication is key. You know what I'm saying to make it known. Because I might want to pull down everybody off the you know what I'm saying?
Right. No, that's true. That's true. Hold on. Yeah, hold on.
No, I see him.
To be fair.
I text
him. To be fair, I did say it like 30 minutes ago or 35 minutes ago. Remember, but before you let anyone else in, I said, "Hey, there's a special guest that might be coming in. So if you could please pay attention to this, and it is recorded, Clay, that I did actually give
I hear you.
warning.
I hear you, but I was in the middle of speaking. I see you, Coach. I'm about to put up. I was in the middle of speaking, so I
let me bounce so you guys have your guest up on here. But let me say this: if I'm cooking and I'm the chef in my kitchen, and I may have forgotten the tomato or the pepper, don't you throw that in my shit without you first telling me, because maybe I know.
Right.
We all know, HLD, we all know the wife runs your house, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, you don't cook shit,
bro. Single father with sole custody. That's how I
all right.
Shout out to you, bro. Shout out to you.
All right.
Salute to all you guys, man. I appreciate you guys.
All right, bro.
And here we go, Clay.
My God. Coach.
There he is.
I'm sorry I missed you, Coach. I apologize for the disrespect.
I had to run out. I had my groceries being delivered. You know, we get bougie around here.
I feel you. You don't want the public swarming you and all that nonsense running up on me. And, dog. You know what I mean? Time and the place, everything. You know what I'm saying?
Like Adrian Griffin says, no pictures, please. No pictures.
Yeah, please. Not right now. I didn't even get my face done. My face. How you doing, though, Coach? By the way, Coach, thank you for inviting me. And I missed it. When I saw it, I was literally sick to my stomach, nauseous. When I saw that I missed it, I don't know what I could do to turn back the hands of time, but I missed out on something that I really want to be part of. So I can't wait for your next one. And I set the alerts in my phone now, so my Instagram alerts me, because the problem is I don't get alerts on my Instagram. I only know what's going on if I go on it. So I missed the message. So because of that unfortunate event, it made me fix that, because I'm like, oh, that can't happen to me again. So salute.
You missed out a lot of knowledge.
Coach, to be fair, on the last one too, it was hard because I think unless you did another one after you did the invites, because you did 2 separate invites, it was during the holidays, and the holiday timing was kind of tough. But please, that
it's not don't feel bad. It's not a requirement. It just sometimes I have time and I just send it out, and it's like, if you want, I'm doing it in an hour. Whoever
exactly. That's how it went.
Right. Yeah.
You got an hour. I'm doing it an hour.
Like, I'm not at home. I can't get in front of a computer. You know. So, but no, Coach, we definitely always appreciate the invite. Congratulations on all the recent success so far, Coach. And starting off the new year, I've been yelling at the pillar for Rohan Polanco to get his respect, man. Because I am literally staring at Giovanni Santillan, who's fighting on your undercard. He's at 154. Why is he still ranked ahead of Rohan Polanco in the ring welterweight division? It doesn't make sense to me. I think Rohan, at the very least, should already be number 3. But talk to us about that one. How I know you were in the middle of training, so how is camp going with Rohan? How does he look going into next week?
Yeah, my job as a coach is just to prepare him mentally and physically. Mentally, he's ready. He wants the fight to be tomorrow. That's a good thing, because I know he'll be peaking. Usually, when someone peaks, it's a tell, right? Is they anxious? They just want to fight, and you don't work them out as hard anymore. And their body is just wanting more. They're like addicted. They want more. They're just like a horse, like at the Kentucky Derby at the gate, just ready to go. But you just keep holding them back, right? Now you feed them less. You know, it's kind of torture what we do sometimes to these human beings, right?
Right.
So you feed them less. You starve them a little bit, and he gets angry. You know, right. It ain't him. So sometimes I tell the people in the gym, I tell his family members, similar to whenever you have a drug addict in your family and they still in the VCR and the TV, and it's like, it's not him, it's the addiction, right? So he's like, sometimes he's mad and he's like irritable and he's yelling at people and he just want to fight, and that's exactly what I want to see. So mentally he's there, physically he just sparred So he just sparred with Yo-Yo Hernandez, and it's hard to tell when they spar. It's hard to tell how many rounds they actually go, because the clock is set at 4 minutes, right?
Yep.
And when they fight, when they sparring, and they're talking shit to each other, and they're like, just talking. You don't hit hard. You don't hit me. No, you didn't hit me. Yes, I did. You can't hit me, and that's how you hit. You hit like a man. That's how you're supposed to hit. And they just go back and forth, and then the bell rings, and they're like looking at each other, and they keep going. And as a coach, I'm like, all right, man, just do your thing. So the rounds is just like keep flowing by. They don't rest, and then it becomes an ego thing of, I'm not gonna rest. He ain't gonna rest. I ain't gonna rest. And next thing you know, it's like 45 minutes into this, and they still sparring. So I don't know exactly how many rounds they went. They just never stopped.
Right.
So that tells me something. Is physically.
Right now,
physically
go ahead.
He's ready.
He's ready to go. And I know this is definitely a big opportunity for him, because co-main event, Xander Zayas versus Abbas Baru for the unification. I know that globally speaking, like outside of the U.S. and especially in Puerto Rico, but to the Latin, I think Univision might be the one showing it. I know it said like ESPN Espanol is going to be doing some stuff on it. So on that global scale, a lot of people.
Are you telling me this is the TV? Because everybody's asking me, and I'm
no. So from the only things that I'm seeing from this side is that ESPN Espanol tends to cover it, or ESPN Deportes for that side. I've heard Univision might be getting involved, right? And I've also heard, obviously, because it's a Xander Zayas, more of a Xander Zayas thing, that wherever like Puerto Rican Latin media is going through, that side of it at least will get covered. Unfortunately, there's a story that just came out again about how we're 2 weeks out. We're less than 2 weeks out, and there's still no, we still don't know what American television is. This going to be on Facebook, like Naoya Inoue versus MJ was in September? Is this going to be on Tubi, like the last one, right? So a lot of us in the boxing space, like the aficionados, the pundits, we're looking forward to seeing Roland Polanco, because he's a major play at 147, and at 147 there's a lot of movement happening right now. So yeah, I'm assuming you win.
Honest, he's the most exciting one in there. He comes forward and he comes to fight.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir. No, and he definitely does, right? So after, and again, I don't want to overpredict, but he beats this guy. He does it in the fashion that I believe that he can. So I'll say it that way. Where do you want to see him next? What would you like to see him next? And how do you push that forward?
Sometimes as a coach, I want to just like look past people, because I don't want him to do it. But this position, this position that he's in, fighting this type of opponent that everybody think he should run over, puts us in a little bind, because you have to be careful with this guy. He's a big puncher. And you still got to, you can't just get caught with just anything, because boxing is unpredictable like that, right? Somebody said the theater of unexpected. I think Lampley said that, and that's what it is. So you have to be careful. So I had to keep him focused on it. It's just after this fight, he don't have the luxury to scream out how our boy Keyshawn Davis does. He don't have that luxury. He's a Dominican Olympian with not a big fan base, and he don't have the luxury to look bad. That fan base ain't the Puerto Rican fan base. It's not the Irish fan base or the English, right? So, or the Mexican. Mm-hmm. That fan base, they love their baseball. They will spend their last dollar on baseball, but not boxing. So he needs the appeal to the casual fan that just likes boxing and loves boxing, and he need that fan base. So he can't afford to look like. So that's a double-edged sword. So he has to look good. He's been looking good. Now, when you look good in boxing, unfortunately, what people don't know is that you don't get opportunities. When you look bad in boxing, that's when you like, oh, I could beat this guy. That's how Brian Norman became world champion. He got dropped. He got dropped. He got slept on, and he did his thing. Right when the time came, and you know, I mean, not to jump ahead, but Zuffa boxing looks like it might change some of that. Not
Yeah,
to, you know, I hear Claymore is like a big Zuffa guy. He's like,
I'm just reasonable, right, and practical, and I think without a doubt, boxing is missing something because fighters like Rohan Polanco aren't getting the opportunities they've arguably earned already, and now have to figure a way out to use trickery and sorcery and things of that nature to slide in the back door of an opportunity that he beat people up legitimately to get. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, to have Zuffa coming in with that type of model, there's some optimism behind it. And you can get excited about that if you're a fighter who's not been getting your just due, to see that, you know, this makes this space a little bit more competitive in that idea of matchmaking. And yeah, I'm excited because I think it benefits boxing in the long run, especially for the next generation of fighters that are coming up. Coach, do you manage Rohan Polanco, or you like exclusively like his trainer? Like how's that relationship work?
I'm his trainer. That's all. I stay on top of the manager to do this, to do that, because I need him pushing, you know.
Right. So you're influential in this. Yeah, you're influential with the managers. Like your word carries weight.
Oh yeah, all the managers I am. That's you know, I know the fighter best. And there was a time where I fought with the manager where I used to tell him, no, we're not ready for that guy. We're not ready for that guy. And I always told him, Rohan is special, Yo-Yo is special. There's gonna come a time where I'm gonna be saying no because that's not good enough. And I said no to this. I said no to this guy. I said I wanted someone. I need a name. We need a name. You got, Devin Haney fighting Norman. You got Catterall fighting Usman.
Right.
On the lower level, you got Floss and Tiger Johnson. And then we come along and we fight someone that no one knows. Is like. But I think this year, what I'm hearing is that they told the manager this is going to be a Rohan year. They're going to push him.
Yep. That's it. Yep. I like the idea. I like the idea of him being pushed that way. And there's clearly some opportunities out there if that's not what they plan on doing. So
so that's why we was rooting for Norman to win, so we could get that fight. I think that fight is easy. We still will accept that fight. I think it's going to have to be this year. It's going to have to either be Tiger Johnson or Brian Norman.
100%. That's what I'm thinking. One of those two guys is exactly who I'm thinking. I think it's about that time, and I think it's timing too, because I think Devin Haney obviously needing dance partners as he's struggling to make fights as well. And then Ryan Garcia, we'll see what he does with Mario.
Well, he's struggling. They struggle to make fights because they're looking for celebrity fights.
Right.
They're not looking for good fights, because you're looking for a good fight. You pick Rohan. He's gonna come right at you. I agree.
Yeah, you're right. You're
right at you, and you can move and hold and jab, and you can do your thing with that. Right? But he's coming to fight.
Damn it! Yeah. Listen, man.
Coach is trying to make his pitch right now. Come on, Devin. It's not going to be that hard.
Yeah. My boy only got 17 fights. He's inexperienced, man.
You heard what Bill said. Just say his name 3 times.
Bill's name 3 times. Or
that's what
I don't know. You might want to say 6 names. You might want to say 3 each. You might want to give each of them three names. You know what I'm saying? 3 call outs. I don't know. Because are you prepared? Would you be prepared for that? Would you be prepared for that kind of press conference? You know how Bill brings it. He makes it about the trainers and the managers. Like, the press conference gets interesting with Bill because it's not just Devin and Polanco up there. Obviously, you're up there on the big stage, and Bill, with the energy he brings, I mean, that would be interesting.
He could keep his antics when we could talk boxing. He won't be able to out not just out talk me, because he could probably out talk anybody, but just to bring knowledge forward. He won't be able to, make knowledge born, as we used to say when I was younger. And, no, he won't be able to make knowledge born the way I would be.
Yeah, I think that'll be interesting, and I think that potentially might have been where Brian Norman Jr. maybe fell a little short, short with that. He kind of let the emotions get involved with it, and I haven't seen somebody who really comes with a little bit more experience. You're a little bit more ground savvy in this space.
Yeah, no, he ain't doing none of that. They met me before. They know who they dealing with. Yeah, I could dismiss all that, or I could entertain it, but I would never be emotional on a podcast or take something personal somebody say when they behind the keyboard.
Right. Right. Can't do it, man. This internet is unforgiving and undefeated, man. You can't think you're gonna steer the narrative on the internet, man. They're gonna do what they're gonna do regardless, bro. You're fighting a battle you're already destined to lose, because the internet is just undefeated, bro. You got to stand on your square and be you.
Coach, since you're the one that brought it up, so that the chat HLD, I'm talking to you, doesn't think I'm the one doing this, but you brought it up. So here's Rohan. He's with Top Rank. He's doing the co-main event. Hopefully Top Rank does right by him. But to speak on that, because Top Rank doesn't currently have the deal, and we're already seeing Top Rank fighters like Vito Melnecki signed to Zuffa Boxing. F.A. Jogba, he's ranked number 8 in the heavyweight division. He's signed to Zuffa Boxing, and you mentioned it yourself, right? Zuffa Boxing seems Julian Rodriguez, who was a former opponent of Avius Griffin, he's mad bragging about Zuffa Boxing, right? So you as a coach, I'm asking more from a coach's perspective. Is that the type of environment? Because I know you have your own little gym set up also with the way you're doing things. But what all of these fighters are getting right now, is that something you would want Rohan to be involved in if the opportunity was given to the manager for them to move?
So for Rohan and Yoenlis, I would like, because they're ready to fight the world. I wouldn't want a guy there's guys in my stable that need seasoning. Rohan is ready to fight anybody. I think the worst thing that people can do is give him time to, he lives right upstairs from the gym. And he's made enough money where he's bought property in DR, and he could get an apartment by himself. He could, he could get a house, but no, the plan is you stay in the gym until you become a world champion, no matter how much money or status you got. That was the plan. That was his plan. I mean, we put it together. We wrote it down on a little sticky note, and it was like a contract. Right, it was kind of like a joke, but we did that. So now, hey, you're in the gym until you become. I thought he would be world champion by now, especially if he get the opportunity to fight someone like Rolly or Barrios or what's the Crocker. I think the difficult one would be Haney, because his you have to go to a judo gym to practice how to get away from all these clinches and stuff. He's a master at it, right? And I think there's a skill there. He has it. Mayweather was probably the best in the history of boxing on how to smother your work. And, Haney has a little bit of that. He's pretty good at it. So, yeah, so when I have a guy that's 100% ready, I'll put him against anybody. And Zuffa, it seems like that. But is Zuffa, is it running like a machine? That's right. Is that when...
Coach? I could call you privately and even tell you all of the different things that they do. But essentially, what I can say publicly is that the UFC Performance Institute, which is not only here in Las Vegas but also in Mexico and in China, they have an entire system in where they have strength conditioning coaches, nutritionists, chefs, all of the rehabilitation stuff, weight training, strength training, and that's all provided for every fighter. It's all inclusive in you signing with Zuffa. They fly you, they drive you, and again, this is no different than how they treat the UFC fighters. It's just that I think the boxers who are experiencing it for the first time are now going, oh my God, this is crazy, right? Like because then you don't feel that the hit that everyone always speaks on, Coach, is, oh, well, UFC fighters don't get paid as much as a boxer. Okay. I mean, if you're talking about the 1%, but if you're talking about the grand whole of it all, I'm pretty sure that a 6-round, 8-round fighter right now in boxing is making far less than someone who just got into the UFC, depending on who you are, unless you were like an Olympian that was signed with a big, with a big bonus check, right? But look at what just happened with Jai Opetaia. Jai Opetaia is the Ring Magazine champion. He's the lineal cruiserweight, Coach Bermudez. And because he could not get a fight in the last year and a half, because we're just telling the truth in this boxing space, Zurdo, you're scared. That's just facts. You scared, bro. Like, that's how it works, right? And I feel like Rohan is. That's why I asked you that question, because I feel like Rohan is he's already ranked number 5 at Ring, ranked number 6 at the WBO, ranked number 12, I think, by the WBC, and not ranked in the WBA for some weird reason. And then he's ranked number 10 in the IBF. But Rohan is the type of guy that no one will fight unless they had to. If he was with Zuffa, he'd just fight whoever was on the schedule. So that's why I asked you, is that something that you would want him to do?
Well, I don't know if Zuffa accepts people that already have promoters. I don't know how that works, but he has top rank, up until now been really good to him. And
yep.
he's able to train full time. He's comfortable financially. So he just wants the opportunity to be a world champion.
Yeah, I
want him
think
to be a world champion. Then I could kick him out the gym because that was
early, right? Coach, I think at the end of the day, the question is, and that's something for you, Rohan, the management, and the people who have vested interest in him to kind of figure out. But without a doubt, activity is super important for a fighter, right? We want activity, but at this point in the game, I think you're looking for qualified activity. You just don't want any kind of activity. You've worked hard to get to the point to now you're more strategy conscious, right? About how you're moving him now. Like, nah, this guy is special. He's a champion, and the fights matter now. The fights matter a lot now, and we want those signature fights. And whoever's gonna give you the best chance at that is probably where you're gonna find yourself being. You know what I mean? Or find yourself trying to be, at least worst case scenario. But I think Tiger Johnson is a legit. I know he's aiming high for. He wants Jack Catterall. He wants Devin Haney. He's trying to kind of fast track himself in the division. But I don't know if he can legitimately do that. I think he needs to step. He got to come through Rohan Polanco Boulevard or Drive. And I'm saying you can't just skip past this situation. The work has been done. The foundation has been built, and you ain't really all that. And if you are, then you got to try yourself true. With the reality of the WBO sanctioning body, especially, but of the 147-pound division, which is Rohan Polanco.
Right.
So I'm very interested. I've been talking about Rohan for a minute now, but I know from the beginning what the issue was with him. Too much James Toney, too much inconvenient truth, right? With Rohan Polanco. Just the fact is that's a hard fight for you, brother, whoever you are, whether you're Devin Haney or whether you're down here, Jack. I don't care who you are. That's a difficult a fight to deal with, and you give somebody like that a chance, he's gonna cause a lot of problems. He's gonna bring a lot of vases.
Yeah.
Usually when somebody's this is why I knew Matias was gonna be in a heap of trouble, because whenever you got a young fighter like that who've been boxing since they was kids, and I think the kid was 18-0 fighting. Dalton Smith was 18-0 at the time. Like, you got these guys, some hungry lions, man. Mm-hmm. They're not going to be easy for anybody, So that's what Rohan is at that point right now. He's going to fight his ass off, and he punches good, and he got really fast hands, and he got good defense. So he's well rounded. You know, I would take my chances with anyone that, you know, that makes sense. Like this guy we're fighting. At first, I didn't want him, but he was the only one that was signed in the contract.
Right.
So we have to fight. We can't say no. We have to get in there, you know, because you mentioned it. Activity, man. Activity is definitely, you know, inactivity is detrimental to any fighter.
Right. Right. Is it possible to get like a title eliminator or something at least get yourself in a position to be a mandatory? You know what I'm saying? Get like an eliminator, pick up some interim version of a belt. Like, can we make it make sense like that? Has that been discussed?
Well, the only thing I know that was said is this year is going to be a push, and I really feel that it's going to be
there.
It's going to have to be Tiger Johnson. I think the best move for Brian Norman Jr. at this point would be to take a step back and kind of regroup himself with a new trainer and all that. So I don't think it'll be him. Maybe you know, towards the end of the year, but I think after this fight, maybe you know, hopefully Tiger Johnson, or
it has to be Tiger. Tiger's screaming for. Tiger's the one talking a lot about fighting a champion right now, and it has to be. I think it's Tiger. In my heart of hearts, I believe it's Tiger. It's the eliminator. It'll be an eliminator, in my opinion. If everything goes away, I see it.
But I mean, so also the thing is, because Rohan being a Dominican, the ball is never in his, you know, on his side of the court.
Right.
He accepts all the challenges. And there's, you know, the matchmaker for Top Rank, Brad Goodman, was on the podcast on Broadway Joel. I don't know if you saw that, but he says that the most difficult, there have been 2 to 3 fighters that are the most difficult to match. And that was Keyshawn, Shakur, and Rohan Polanco. Those 3 fighters say yes to everybody. And interesting enough, what he also said that it's never an issue with Rohan. He never even asked for more money. He never asked for, you know, it's never a money thing with him. You know, the goal is to be a world champion. That's been his goal since he's started boxing.
They can't even price him out. They're scared to price
exactly.
him out.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Keep it. You know, Devin Haney, they love money. You know, hey, keep all the money. Just, you know,
give us a fight.
Just give us a fight. Whatever little bit is left over, we'd be happy with.
Right. Because the next chapter is going to be even crazier once we finish doing what we're supposed to do. It's going to be even crazier. But I mean, you got Liam Paro, who's tied up. He's tied up, right? He's about to I know he has a fight. I feel like
they canceled that. They canceled that fight, Clay.
So that's the fight thing. It's got to be Liam. It's got to be Liam or Tiger Johnson. It's got to be Liam Paro or Tiger Johnson, man.
I mean, I don't know what they're going to do with Liam, because Liam was supposed to fight Patty Donovan.
Right.
I think they're trying to figure that out because Lewis Crocker needs an eliminator. Lewis Crocker is just begging to get Devin Haney. So that's a possible unification. Rolly's tied up because Eddie Hearn is fighting the WBA hard on Giasov getting a chance to fight with Rolly. So then the WBC's already tied up because of the whole Ryan Garcia, Mario Barrios. So yeah, man. And again, I'm just gonna throw this out there, Clay. If it becomes true, then I was right again. There might be some word about Stan Jonas going to Zuffa, which means that they'll get the current rank number 3 welterweight signed to their contract also. And Rohan sitting at 5 after the 31st, when they finally take out Giovanni Santillan, since he would have fought at 154. At least we'll have Rohan at number 4 at the very least. I would have said, Coach, maybe you could fight Emmanuel Stanionis, but I don't think that's going to happen. So if you stay with Top Rank, it sounds like Tiger Johnson. But I don't, and you're absolutely right. Top Rank gave you guys 3 fights last year. Like boom, boom, boom. So Top Rank's been good. Top Rank's been good.
Yeah, he's on, and you know, he's one of those kids that's he's not looking for anything else. He would accept his fate, you know, and he just do the best with it. You know, you just play the cards that's dealt to you, to the best of your ability. And that's all he's gonna do. We ain't looking to go to Sufa or Zufa or that. We're not looking to do that.
Yeah. No, absolutely not. I
definitely agree with. I don't know if you need to. You know what I'm saying, that at all, because the truth of the matter is, Zufa is good for a fighter who's in a certain season in their career. You know, does that make sense, Coach? Like, if you're in a certain place, Zufa makes more sense for you. But I do think that Rohan is teetering. He's right there. It would almost be counterproductive, right? To kind of do all that work to get to that point to where it's just one signature fight away to being in the whole conversation of the big picture of who's the best at 147, to kind of derail that and kind of go into a tournament style, almost like structure. It has to be extreme. I think you're better off kind of moving in the direction you're moving in now. Take this fight. This is an opportunity for Rohan to look great, right? Would we agree? Like, this is an opportunity to steal it. We saw Brian Norman do it with a Jin Sasaki, whatever his name is, right? So the opponent is available. He's there. He doesn't look like he's going to be hard to find. You know what I'm saying, in the ring. So we make a spectacle, right? We make a spectacle of him on January 31st, and then when is Rohan going to get a little more vocal? I mean, that's the thing, right? There's the language barrier, but I mean, he has you there. But you know, maybe he might need make it a little messy. Maybe he needs to start.
Well, he's definitely messy with the Puerto Rican.
Yeah, he's vocal in his own language, right, Coach? He's not, because if you watch him spar, he's actually he's like a little Floyd Mayweather when he's sparring, bro.
No, he talking shit, but he's just in Spanish, so it's hard for everybody to understand. But no, he's definitely live. He's live. He's witty. You know, he's definitely sharp-minded. His mind is pretty sharp when it comes to just talking junk to someone. Him and Yo-Yo Hernandez, those are great sparring with the way they talk to each other. So twitchy, fast, and slipping and sliding and defense and, you know, combination punches. It's something to see. They're blessed to have each other.
Whatever happened to the days of fighters, like, you know, stepping into the ring after a fight, or, you know what I mean, or after the fight calling out, like, what, you know what I mean? Where's that energy at? I don't know.
We just saw Jaron Ennis do it.
Exactly.
No, social loved it. To answer that, I think social media took that over, man. I think, like, just the fact that you just have so many people that can just FaceTime you and be like, hey, we want to do. And it means nothing, because the promoters also have this final say in what direction they want these fighters to go.
I don't know, Ray, because I think what Jaron did set off a fire a little bit with Virgil. I mean, I think the promoters tried to do what they normally do, and it's not going the way they thought it was going to go for Oscar, right? So
I agree.
Tiger's next fight, Liam Paro's next fight, whatever that is, I don't know. You know, you guys might have to, like, you know, make your way ringside. You know what I'm saying? It's just kind of.
Sometimes there's no antics. There's no antics out. Like I think Keyshawn Davis is a phenomenal talent in the ring.
Mm-hmm.
He's a phenom in the ring, and there's no denying that, right? But outside of ropes, he comes with a lot of antics, and some that's not Rohan. Rohan is he's a family guy, not a family sense that he has a wife and kids and all that. Just like, you know, when he hangs out with, you know, his mom. He hangs out, like, he has no, you know, he's not out clubbing. It's just boxing for him. And sometimes that could be boring to people, you know. But when you got Keyshawn is awesome outside the ring, the way he's talking, he goes about, you know, he get eyes on him. Right.
Yeah, I think Rohan is definitely about there, but at some point or another, I don't know, man. It might have to come down to the antics. I don't know. Not too crazy, because I definitely understand, but I don't know. Maybe not, but it might come down.
Maybe you got to be Brian Norman Jr. flipping over the bodyguard or something.
Yeah, something. I don't know. You know what I mean? Maybe get a nice cheap tee. You know what I'm saying? Get a tee you don't care about. You know what I'm saying? And kind of, you know what I mean, put it in the air. I don't know, man. I like the Brian Norman fight as well, but I also agree with you on that. I think Brian Norman, but I don't know how they're going to move, right? But if he is indeed gelling with Derek James right now, Derek does have some you know what I mean, about him, where he's not just going to sit there and allow Brian Norman to move stupid. So yeah, I think it wouldn't be far-fetched for Brian to take a another kind of fight that makes more sense. But I think
that's a good matchup too.
Yeah,
Derek, right? I think Derek fits him too. But I don't know. I think stylistically, Derek could see a good fight with Rohan Polanco because, that's where Brian Norman kind of does better, right? Is that fighter who's not going to be hard to find so much, willing to exchange a little bit more. That's kind of more of Brian Norman's speed. Who's slicker? I think Rohan is slicker. I think he's way slicker than Brian Norman Jr. So I don't know if that's what he wants to do, but it seems like that's what he's more comfortable doing, at least. You know what I mean? So I think if they had to pick between Rohan Polanco and Tiger Johnson, who do you think they'd go with stylistically? If Brian Norman had to pick.
If they want to win, they better go with the more chinier guy.
No doubt. I agree. I
But
definitely.
starting with a new trainer, it takes time, man. It's just not an overnight thing. You gotta mold because you could make him worse.
Yeah,
it's like when someone first start boxing and they get in a street fight and they're trying to get in their stance and
they get clipped.
Right, somebody's all over the smacking the shit out.
I've seen it. What is he doing? I've seen it more with the karate people. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what? It's not about to go good, bro. You in a fight, bro. Get yours, fam. It's going up. But what is, from a trainer's point of view right now, watching the Keyshawn Davis thing, kind of you spoke on a little bit, but unravel a little bit or come together. I don't know. I'm not going to say unravel, but the whole idea of changing trainers, changing that camp in that situation that Keyshawn was in, the way he was moving, he seemed to have some momentum about him outside of what happened in Virginia. What do you have any thoughts on the idea of fighters moving away from trainers in this time in this time in their careers, and what drives that, and accountability and things of that nature? Because sometimes it looks like the fighter may be blaming the trainers a little bit. Does it look like? I don't know, but I don't know if you from the outside looking in, but with that inside experience, how do you see it?
Well, I just think we're watching a young man in real time, and sometimes the hardest opponent isn't across from you. It's maturity, right? And patience matter. I think Keyshawn had to grow into who he's gonna be, and we just had to be patient. But now, the trainer aspect of it, you have the right to leave, right? I think I'll say this: I've been in that position where a fighter left me, and it's not easy, right? It leaves an empty space in you when they leave, especially if you care about them. I was with this fighter for a long time, and I raised him, and then he wanted to leave because I yelled at him. And me yelling at somebody is a lot because I normally don't. I'm very cerebral in how I teach, and if you make me yell at you, it's because you really did something. So he didn't like it. I embarrassed him, and he left. And that you don't heal from that right away, right? And he was going to become a world champion. Everybody that I touched so far that I was able to raise through became a world champion, and he was going to be one of them, without a doubt. And I told him I didn't want to take a fight. When they left, they took the fight. He gets knocked out. This is why you have to be careful of how you choose the fights, right? This is why Zuffa is rough, because they choosing the fights for you. I mean, I don't know the system, but if they're choosing the fights for you and the trainer knows that style don't fit us well, everybody could be beat. I don't care who it is. Everybody could be beat. But I think when you have a trainer, when you have a fighter that leaves a trainer, it's his prerogative, but it's not leaving that it's the big point. It's how you leave, right? It's how you leave that situation. You could leave it with some type of integrity, You don't. The fighter that left that left me, you left on some bullshit, and we've been together struggling for a long time. You was up next, and then you left on some bullshit, and I had to deal with that. So later on, he came back to apologize because he said he kept it real. He said his head was a little too big at the time, and his brother came, his family apologized, and that felt better. Now we could forgive, right?
Right.
It's not hard to forgive, but you at least have to ask for it. So I think he has all the right to leave. Just how you leave is very important. I think
100%.
making excuses and all that is kind of just add on to the faulty character that we're seeing in front of us. And that's why I said we just had to be patient with the young man until he matures. He just had to take accountability for his actions. And it looks like I know before I left, I know it was a mention about not having a dad,
Yeah. The lack of the father's presence and kind of showed his face in these little scenarios, right?
The whole, because there is an angle, right? He didn't have a dad angle. I'm not dismissing that at all, but I also got to, I have to be real. I didn't grow up with one, right?
Yep.
And
me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Straight up. Yeah.
That's not an excuse, Coach. It's not an excuse. You can still be.
Yeah. So that's why.
When I was younger, and I mean, I'm 48 years old. I don't mind telling anybody, right? But when I was like in my 20s, I was a little bit of a hothead. You know what I'm saying? I was a little emotional. I was a little, you know what I mean? I was kind of, you know what I mean? I was quick to jump to the wrong conclusion or jump to a place I didn't need to jump to. And I, I asked myself, if a fatherly figure would have been in my life to kind of show me the importance of keeping my composure as a man, especially in public spaces, what that reflects on as far as my family and my raising and also my position, right? In any scenario to keep my position close to my chest and always have that leverage in any conversation or any situation I'm in. My mom didn't teach me that, right? My mom, my mom's whole thing from when I was young was you better hit them back, right? You better not let them, my mom was the type of woman who would push you out the front door for a fight. But no joke. If I could pull up here, she'll tell you, like, what the fuck you doing in here? That's the guy who's talking, he outside? You better get the fuck out of my house. Like straight up, you better get the hell out of my house. What you doing? You hiding in here? So how you gonna carry it on? Now that's with my mom, right? So, but I think a man presence would maybe handle those situations a little different, and maybe I would have had some different character about me in those years. I think what matured me is raising a son, having my children, but more so my son, right? Made me way more conscious about me and how I was carrying myself and how he was seeing me. So that helped me mature in that direction. My daughters didn't help me, right? Because it was like, whatever. But my son, all of a sudden, I don't remember what the age was. I want to say it was about like 6 years old, 5, 6 years old is when I became aware of how he was looking at me. And the conversations he started to have with me and me being aware of like, damn, bro, this whole lead by example thing. And that whole thing started to become more important because I knew he was watching me that close. But Keyshawn's so young. He just had his son, you know what I mean, who's a young child right now. He's growing. He's very young. And he was clearly raised amongst women. You know what I mean? His sisters were older than him. He seems to be the leader amongst his brothers, even though he's the middle one. He seems to be the leader amongst his brothers. So he has a lot of pressures and things on his shoulder that he's carrying, that he's moving forward with. And I think the accountability thing that you mentioned earlier is a big thing for him because, man, we don't get that leeway. We don't get the excuses. We're not allowed to be as, we don't get that grace that women that women do, and you got to be aware of that, right, Coach? I think he was about to speak to it too, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, no, I think just to finish that, that's I just think that's life when people switch trainers. But like I said, the way you exit matters, but you have to view this like this also, because I see relationships are like a form of of currency, right? And respect is the receipt. If you move like people are disposable, eventually you teach the world to treat you the same way. And this is why I had a world champion when I was really young. I didn't know how to be a mentor to him. I even went to strip clubs with him. And I just didn't know. I just knew to be accountable when it came to the gym. Now these guys have me, and they're blessed to have someone like me, because boxing is my life, and I'm able to teach them about life, about relationship, because we learn from trial and error. So I just think he should have somebody like that too. He should have somebody that he looks up at as a mentor, and that mentor speak life into him. So it's not hating on Keyshawn, right? It's just it's experience, right? I'm saying there's a way to do things with integrity. That's all. Especially in a sport where it's built on sweet equity and trust. I would say.
I like it.
Well said, Coach.
Is there an adverse? Is there because you mentioned the fighter who left you kind of faced the ultimate consequences, right? Which we don't have to say it was because you weren't there. I don't know, right? But ultimately,
it definitely, we could say that, because I didn't want to fight.
That's what I was going to say, right? If you were there, the fight wouldn't have happened. You kind of foresaw the not yet aspect of it. But can Keyshawn? Do you see Keyshawn potentially
losing?
I don't want to say losing, but I'm going to say reaping the oats that he sowed by moving the way he did. Can you see at this point in his career, 13-0, this space he's in this season, was this an opportune time to do something like this? Can he live to regret this moment right now? Could this be a momentum, a needle mover for him in the wrong direction?
Remember, one thing that I know about life: if you don't ground yourself, life will. And hopefully that he didn't do enough damage to his psyche where this fight, there's now Jermaine Ortiz, J.O. is my guy. He comes here to spar. He's only like 40-50 minutes away from here, so him and Rohan sparred a lot. He comes spar with my other guys, with Kurt Scooby, with Carlos Gonzalez. But I think Keyshawn versus J.O. Keyshawn is going to be the favorite, right? And I get it. But I just don't. I want to tell y'all, don't get it twisted. Jermaine Ortiz is coming to fight.
That's what we've been saying, Coach.
He's not coming to survive. He's bringing size. He's bringing strength. He and that lived in experience. And he's been in it where he had to adjust, and he had to look back at himself with like, damn, I could have did this, I could have did that. And that definitely plays a mind. I play chess. Well, I used to play chess. And I was 17 years old playing a grandmaster that even today when I drive, I'm like, damn it, why I didn't make that mistake? I made that mistake. Why I made that move? Like, it's so long ago, but that playing the grandmaster and losing with just one simple move. And I think that's when I talk to Jermaine, that's him. That's like, just one more round with Tio.
The Tio moment.
Pushing a little bit more with Loma. So he has that lived in experience.
Right.
So to me, this isn't only about who has like sharper hands, it's about who has the steadier foundation when it gets uncomfortable. And let's see what happens. Of course, I will favor Keyshawn. He is sharp. From A to B, he's quicker. But Jermaine has a dog in him.
Yep, I agree.
You're definitely saying bet the over, right? On the betting show.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
I've been saying that. I said I might take Jermaine in this fight, bro. I'm with the coach.
Hey, Coach, to lighten the mood a little bit. So you've been one of the famous memes in 2025. I don't know.
Oh my
I don't
God!
know. I don't know if you
man,
know
I'm
this,
saying,
right?
talk about this.
Don't
No,
bring
no,
that up. Don't
no,
Go
bring.
ahead.
no,
I've
no,
never
Go
had
ahead,
it.
go ahead,
no,
go ahead, go ahead.
I'm
no,
always
no.
directed to go watch
Yeah.
an interview or watch a
Yeah.
podcast and go see it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
No. So, Coach, and I know you, and I defend this all the time. I'm like, no, man, that's just a normal ass interaction between a coach and a fighter, and they kind of know each other, so there's nothing funny about it. But can you shed some light into said meme, Coach, so
Yes,
that
something in his eye, bro.
we can, yeah.
Yeah,
So
something in his eye.
everything what I do in this firehouse, everything's a lesson, man. You give me lemons, I'll make lemonade. Right. So even with that, I always taught like this is the only thing what they're doing is just making me famous. There's a me like someone they still send it to me. Now there's another one where someone's doing AI.
Yeah, with
is
the cash, right?
like this.
Yeah, doing cash. That's funny. Listen, I always said it was hair grease in your eye, Coach. It's all good. You know what I mean? I celebrate.
Yeah, so whatever, so within the fight though, I'm telling ladder movement, keep moving. I just wanted him to finish. And he got caught with a shot, and I'm like, take a knee, man, take a knee. And he took a knee, looked at me. I'm like, you good, man, you good. And I thought he was gonna get up, more movement, just to finish the fight. We have, I have a choice whether within that fight I had a choice to make. I know that that kid is special. He works hard, but he has yet to go to complete 8 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
And to just go in on 2 weeks for a 12-rounder.
Yep.
And I fought for a 10-rounder because I'm like, I know he could finish 10. 12 is hard. 10 would be difficult, and maybe we could win 6 out of 10 if we push it early. But then, within the fight, me knowing it's 12, and I'm seeing his body, his movement, the way he's coming off his defense, and I had a choice to make. I sent him into the fire to try to finish this guy, or I'll cruise him for the finish line. And there I decided just to cruise him to the finish line.
Right.
But the ref did what the ref did, but they called me a parlay pirate.
Right. No, but for you guys
being himself.
Yeah, for you guys who don't know or are just catching us right now, we're talking about the Kurt Scobie versus Adam Azim fight, in where there is that famous meme. But like I said, like there was nothing weird or wrong about that. That was just a fighter and a coach that knew exactly, kind of like you guys were like having your own little mental language because you were growing with each other in the gym. And by the way, I like that Kurt Scobie took the fight because, like you said, Coach, that's a big enough payday that you're willing to take a risk, right? Like that's a risk reward one.
Yeah. So this is sometimes you. So what I told Kirk, I told him I'm always real with the guy. Listen, you're not ready for a fight like this. You're 2 fights or 3 fights ready to beat someone with that style. Some styles are your kryptonite, right? So that style is School. The guy's tall and he got quick hands. So I'm like, so School came to me with no defense. His defense starting to get better now. But that's step one. This is why, teaching Brian Norman, you can't just jump in there and just because you learn something new. Sometimes, within boxing, when you learn something new, while you're learning it, your whole skill set takes a step back. You might be getting beat up in the gym because you want to, practice and get this down where it becomes what they say muscle memory, right? Mm-hmm. So, and School got the high guard down. He got the long guard, but to come off of it, to go from defense to offense, that wasn't complete. So I'm like, you're not ready for a fight like this. But now I told him, listen, if they pay you this amount, hey, my God, you got to consider it.
Yeah, you're gonna be ready.
Yeah. Look what's going on now. Now he got he got 2 Airbnbs and he's building a house and everything is
Yep.
like now all of a sudden now he got money coming in where he don't have to worry about anything. He could just train.
Yep, exactly. And again,
The
it was
the same thing with Velasquez, with Anthony Velasquez taking the 10
going to Australia, right, Coach? Talk about that.
Yeah, it's just like you just had to make, what it make, the money had to make sense, what they say, right? So, I when I know that we're deep, the current, we're swimming up current, so it's just like the money got to make sense, because after this fight, you have to do something. Let's plan what we're gonna do if all goes wrong. We'll try our best.
Yeah,
we're gonna train our ass off. We're gonna try our best, but if it doesn't happen, then we got a good cushion to land on.
Yep. No, and Coach, when and this again, when you see the big picture of everything, it wasn't like when you were going into this fight, it was Kurt Scobie's last hurrah or Anthony Velasquez's last hurrah. You were looking at it more as an opportunity to say, well, worst case scenarios, we take one step back to make 2 steps forward, right?
Yeah, because they wasn't ranked. They wasn't like there was a champion. They wasn't ranked in none of the organizations. Like what are we really losing?
Right. Now, speaking of that, Coach, you do have somebody who I'm very fond of, and I'm still a little upset that I haven't heard about him getting a title shot, especially now that there should be a vacant title for him to get. Yoan Lee, he's already right there to at least fight for a WBO interim 160 because of the whole Janibek mess. Can you shed some light on what 2026 will look like for Yo-Yo? Because that guy is one of the best 160-pound talents we got right now.
Yo-Yo is in the same position as Rohan. Yo-Yo will fight absolutely anybody. I keep hearing the narrative like, oh yeah, he don't want to go the WBA route, which he's number 1 because his countryman is there. No, sir.
Nice.
It's either you shit or you get off the pot, buddy. Like that ain't we ain't on that. Like he got a team behind him. Even if he was on that, his team is like, nah, we ain't trying to hear that. You fighting that man. If that man fights you, we fight him.
Yep.
But just like Rohan, we just had to be patient, play the hands that's dealt to us, and see what happens. But he definitely is, man. He definitely is a beast.
Mm-hmm.
No, in the conversation for sure. Yoan Lee is 100% in the conversation. Once again, like you said, just like Rohan, maybe even worse than Rohan as far as he's really in the conversation. Like he's like
what is he the top?
So he's
number
currently
1 with
right
the WBA. Now. He's number 2 with the WBC. With the IBF, he's down
number
14.
He's low on the IBF for whatever weird reason.
WBO, he's number 3. So he's
and more importantly, Coach, the more important ranking is for Ring Magazine. He's number 2, and Adames, who's fighting Ammo Williams next week, is number 1. And there is no Ring Magazine champion. So Yo-Yo is the number 2 ranked guy. He's kind of like.
Can you enlighten me? Is there any structure on that, or no? That's just
So the Ring Magazine, the only way you're supposed to get it is either to become the lineal, which is the man who beat the man who beat the man. Janibek is out because of the drug thing. So I don't know when they'll make it official that he'll have to vacate those 2 belts. Carlos Adames is number 1. So his fight with Ammo, I don't think should be enough, whoever the winner is, to make them the Ring Magazine champ. And then there's Laura, right? And Laura, I don't know what's going on with Laura. Can Yoan Lee get that shot? And I'm mentioning Yoan Lee just because I feel like Yoan Lee's in the position of Jai Opataya. I feel like nobody really wants to fight him, even though you could fight him to go get a belt. But you can't skip over him. You know what I mean? Like, you can't skip over Yoan Lee to get the belt. And that's why I asked you, like, is there anything going on there? Can we expect to see him fight next? Is his manager, calling everybody?
Yeah, well, Big Rob is his manager. He's definitely, he would take, there was a guy that fell off, and I was surprised. I was like, whoa, bro. And he was like, "Oh, we're ready. We're ready. We're gonna take it." It was like someone like this, number 1, 2, and 3, as you say, in the world, was gonna take a short notice fight, and it was like a week out. And I was like, "You sure?" And Yo-Yo was like, "Yes, yes, yes." And then the other guy didn't want to fight, but that's how hungry Yo-Yo is. He stays in shape. He's ready to take short notice fight because when you're ready, you don't have to get ready, as they say.
Yep. You stay ready. Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, he'll definitely fight anybody, and he's calling for it. He's pushing for it. His manager is on the promoters. But who the hell want to fight Yo-Yo?
Exactly.
He's a beast.
Exactly. Right? Yeah. Yeah. He's
there's
that's
a
why
whole
he's
category of fighters that don't get discussed enough, right?
Right.
Especially people like Rohan and Yo-Yo. And that's not I don't think that's because they can fight it or not. It's because they're dangerous and the worst way for any other business. Like there's people out there that's in it for profit. So, they're skilled, they're awkward, they're disciplined. But people will lose money if they give these two a shot.
Right.
They're high risk, low reward.
Right. Right. Do you believe that? Because I believe Yo-Yo is still with Top Rank. So are they going to push him in 2026 as much as they're going to push Ron?
Yo-Yo's not with Top Rank.
Oh, I thought he was with Top Rank. Who's he with right now then, Coach?
So he's with Warriors Boxing. He's basically on the PBC side.
Oh, okay. All right. And that one's a little bit tougher to know exactly what can happen and not. So, well, Yo-Yo, yeah, I'll say it. Not Coach Hector Bermudez, but Zuffa Boxing's available, bro, and you would be a superstar in Zuffa. I just want to say that right now. You get Coach Bermudez to come to Vegas more often. Coach, can I ask you about Avius Griffin? Congratulations on that big win. That was on a nice big stage there for you. How's it going moving forward with Avius, and what's next?
I think Avius is the way Avius punches and how hard he punches with both hands. He's always going to be a special talent. He's the type of guy that's always going to be in the fight. I'm here to refine his boxing technique. I think he goes in the ring. He's a street fighter. He wants to street fight. He wants to fight, and I'm trying to get him, to box. I like the fact that he's a street fighter because that makes my job. I'd rather hold you back and teach you something versus push you forward. I'd rather hold back the reins. It's better to do that. He got a lot of heart. He's ready. He wants to fight. He definitely wants a rematch. That's another guy that when I became that mean, I taught him we don't worry about things like that. And he's like, his ego's on his sleeve. He wants to fight the rematch. I think they even had a little just the other day, something happened in the gym where Avius was there and the kid that he fought, what's his name?
Julian Rodriguez?
Julian Rodriguez was there, and they almost got into it. I think they had to be separated.
Ooh.
Yeah, that happened in the gym during the at the UFC facility. Julian was talking about it yesterday.
I like it.
Julian was literally talking about that. I talked to Julian Rodriguez yesterday on the Boxing Voice, and he was talking about that whole entire situation. But that's also an interesting point of topic of a conversation, because from Julian's point of view, of course, saying that, listen, man, I'm on the big and better things. I'm over here at Zuffa doing what I'm getting ready to do right now. And that if Avius was really interested in a situation like that, he could put himself in position a lot easier, right, to go over on that side of the street, being that MVP isn't necessarily, I guess MVP wasn't checking the boxes for Julian. I don't know what they're doing for Avius, but Julian, but Avius, he does seem like a candidate for Zuffa, in my opinion. I don't know how you look at him. I mean, what's he got going on right now at 147?
He just fought. They're already talked about his next fight being in March. And again in April.
Oh, okay. So okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, no, he's I guess MVP. They treat him well. They pay him well. I don't know, what happened, but when if he's getting paid like 160,000 or something, and he was gonna get paid 90,000 to fight Avis. I mean, I would, that would be the smart move to go that way anyway.
Right. But as
I
far as you know,
I don't fault the young man. I don't fault the young man for it. I don't fault anybody. This is boxing. Right. I've seen a lot. I'm pretty sure everybody here has seen a lot, and sometimes you just got to get lucky, man.
Right. Yeah. Right. But as far as you know, though, MVP's got some dates for Avius, so we should see him.
Yeah, even so they'll fight him outside of an MVP show.
Outside.
Oh, wow, that's really interesting. Wow, that'd be awesome.
I don't want to speak prematurely, but I think the March show, I don't even think is an MVP. They just will put him on there and pay for it.
Oh, yeah. That's a common thing, of course, right, Coach? Like for a promotional group.
That's actually what I wanted, because I told the manager, I need time, with Avius. I need time and I need ring time. And it was like, here, that date. I was like, oh, okay, good.
Now let me ask you this then, Coach. In your setup, do fighters see, kind of like go there, visit, and then they seek to see if you could add them to your roster, or do you scout or have scouts out there to see who might mesh with your style of coaching?
Well, no, I'm very fundamentally sound. So when I work with and I drive towards teaching someone according to their personality. So I don't teach everyone the same way. But no, they I never reached out to a fighter to train them. I wouldn't do that. When you build it, they'll come, right? I built this place.
Exactly.
They're coming. I get calls all the time, and sometimes I'm too busy, and to give everybody their time is rough on me. But this is all I do. I do it from waking up. I live in
it's life, baby.
Yeah, in Springfield, Massachusetts. I moved here because of the building. I got this building, and I didn't know nothing about the area. And I still don't know nothing about the area. I've been here about 4 years.
Huh. You're just in there all the time, right, Coach?
I still got to Google stuff to get to. That's why you just saw me just run out and get my groceries. I don't even go to the grocery store.
Right. So, are you getting help over there? Is there a team? Is it a team?
Yeah, there's a team that I have a strength and conditioning guy that's pretty awesome. And I have a couple of guys that help me, but usually I'm kind of teaching them too. I don't have a team like I think I'm not too sure, but I think like Bo Mac. I think everybody in the team is pretty solid, right?
Right.
Like they would. Yeah. So no, not yet. My guys are still learning. I accept that. I pretty much accept anybody. You just have to have some integrity with you and, be a good person, and be passionate about it. So anybody out there that's listening, you want to be you're a coach, you're welcome to come.
I do want to tap into some, because we're getting close to that time. I'm sure I'm having a good time, by the way. So that's why I don't care. But at the end of the day, you never know when Coach might be like, okay, it's about that time, and I don't want to miss out on the opportunity to speak on the fights coming up. Definitely looking forward for you to share some opinions on obviously the big show, Shakur and Tio. But also this weekend we got some fights coming up with Raymond Mortala and Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz somewhat fast track, but not really coming with that Olympian background. I don't know how you would look at a fighter like Andy Cruz. We saw Lomachenko kind of move in the same direction, and he seemed to be successful. But 6 fights into his professional career. He's about to get an opportunity to become an IBF champion. You're looking at that situation develop with Bozianis, developing him in that system. First of all, how do you feel about Andy Cruz's development up until this point, from fight 1 as a professional to right now 6-0 and going to a championship fight? Has he developed well for you? Are you a fan of what's happening over there, or does he need a little more seasoning?
I would have said no before the last fight. The last fight was the only time where I see him come forward with his defense. His defense was intact. His hand placement was intact. And that's the first time I've seen him since he's turned pro. I've seen him get hurt by lower level opposition. But I think his elite amateur IQ is there. What he used to do in the amateur, he'll make you miss by inches and make you pay. I think that's a little bit too dangerous for 8-ounce gloves and punches like Morataya. I think Bozy's doing a good job with him. It was rough at first, but I think Cruz is exactly the kind of guy boxing avoids until you can't. He's definitely slick. He's dangerous. He low margins for error. But titles don't care about hype. They care about who can handle the moment. So Morataya, I think, is a beast. I think he's strong. I every time I tell like Yo-Yo's manager, I was like, man, Mortaja's a beast. Mortaja's a beast, because I have a 135-pounder, Armando Martinez Robbie. He's like number 4.
Number 3. I think he's number 3 in the WBA. Yeah.
Yeah. So, so I'm like, yo, Mortaja's a beast, man. Mortaja's a beast. And then he looks like shit when he fought. And he was like, you saying he's a beast? I'm like, it's in him to be a beast, So I think it's going to be a good fight. This fight, I think, is a reminder that talent opened doors, right? But stability and discipline decides what you do once you're inside. But we're going to see what they do.
Are you leaning? Are you leaning in a direction at this point, or are you going to ride the fence on this
Cruz,
one?
I think Cruz has the brilliance, right? He's brilliant. Mortai has the grind. I can see that, and when it gets uncomfortable, the win usually goes to the man who stays himself under pressure. So,
I thought you were going to give us I thought you were going to give us a bet.
For real, like, it's like, okay, so what? I mean, okay. But that being said, if both people are themselves in the ring, who wins? I would ask you that question. But I mean, look, Bozianis, Robert Garcia, 2 great trainers on either side of the ring. I mean, I think they're going to keep their fighters dialed in, right? Humbled, grounded, secure in who they are at this point. What do you think of the Robert Garcia, Raymond Moratala journey? Has Robert done a great job with Moratala? Do you think he's helped Moratala find himself? Are you pleased with that?
Yeah. I would have loved for Brian Norman Jr. to test those waters. Maybe it wouldn't have worked, but just at least test it. I think what he should have did, his management team should have tested him like with a couple of trainers and then decide what was best for him.
Right.
But just to learn it for a quick second, for like a month of learn the Mexican come forward. Learn that style, bringing your feet with you, because he had a problem doing that with Haney. He kept leaving himself. But I think that relationship is awesome. I think Morataya, the way he cut the ring early, he don't chase at all. He set traps. I know like a move that he usually does, which is jab to the chest and shoulders. And that I think that'll slow Cruz down a little bit. And I know Garcia is going to tell him to invest in the body early. I know that's going to happen. So that the 8 to 12 range is going to be really interesting for Andy Cruz. He's seasoned. I think Moratai's seasoned, and he's seasoned within the relationship with him and Garcia.
Right.
And I think they have a really good relationship. Garcia has a good relationship with all his fighters.
He does.
Yeah.
I agree. It looks like he does.
It was a little rocky, I would say, with Virgil Ortiz. I think him coming and then he left and then he came back. That's the first time I ever heard of something like that. But Mexicans are pretty loyal people, regardless.
Okay, so you're not going to give us a pick, though.
You're not going to give us a bet? Come on.
It's okay. If you don't want to, it's okay. But I just want to be sure.
I'm going to study it a little bit. And we got to come on the hangout spot. That's where I get.
Okay. That's fair. That's fair.
That's fair.
Johnny, baby.
No doubt. Salute to Johnny at the hangout spot for sure. So okay, that being said, I love those breakdowns, right? And we already spoke on Keyshawn and Jermaine Ortiz. Let's go ahead and go into the Virgil Ortiz Jr. Jaron Ennis debacle as it's been developing. Have you been following that at all? I know you're the kind of person who stays out the way, but have you been keeping your eyes on that situation as far as Virgil trying to get out of this contract?
Like you said, he went in the ring and he called him out, and then something about some lawsuits. But yeah, I don't know nothing else in that.
I know. Well, I mean, so forget about the insider information, right? I'm not expecting you to have insider information, but as a fan of boxing, I'm sure, are you interested in seeing Jaron Ennis and Virgil Ortiz figure it out in the ring? Are you interested in that fight?
Oh, definitely. That's two great talents coming together, right? I think everybody would be that's involved in boxing.
Right.
I think people have been talking like it's gonna happen sooner or later. Because I think the fight was on and off. They was going back and forth in the public. The lawsuit shit, I think I don't know. Sometimes I think this is like some BS, and they just put more hype on things. I remember Mayweather. Every time Mayweather fought, there was some court allegation of him getting in trouble by, and I don't know if that was like a thing. But sometimes I think it's nothing to go on the public and talk like this and just bring more attention to themselves. So elite is prime versus prime and elite versus elite. Pressure boxer versus this Philly fluid genius that I think he is. Who will win? I think it's a chess match.
Okay.
And to make it plain, I think it's a chess match. I think if Boots keep it in the middle, changing angles the way he does, touching Ortiz, he could be successful. If Ortiz get him trapped on the ropes like he did the other guy for 30 to 45 seconds at a time, that's where Boots, I think his legs are costing from there. So there's pros and cons to both styles. That's why I say anybody could be beat in that ring.
Right. Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact, man.
All right. Yeah, I got to get out of here. I got to get ready for work, man. Got to cook for the kids. Coach, pleasture.
Appreciate
you. Listen, I'll be watching you. Don't worry about the wink. Like I said, it was hair grease. We already heard the story. You know what I mean? So just keep doing what you're doing, man. I like what you're doing, and I'll always follow you. I'll be watching you on Johnny when I'm at work at night and stuff like that, man. And these guys have nothing but great things to say about you. So salute to you. Good luck, and I hope everything works out.
I appreciate it.
You got another troll in the chat.
No, he already got sniped.
No.
Okay. All right. Good.
He wanted some attention.
See you later, right?
The Godfather's in the building. That's all. All right, later.
Hey, Coach. So, did have you talked about your TO versus Shakur feeling? Because the narrative is starting to grow on a lot of different people that TO might actually, it's starting to get to 50-50 from some sides of the street. And from your perspective, I know you know both fighters well on the technical aspect. How do you see it? I won't ask you for the bet because that'll be on Johnny's show, but How do you?
No,
see
not
this
saying.
fight?
That's just saying that it's on Johnny's show. It's saying that I gotta like, if when I give my best, I do a little bit of homework and study. I don't want to
Right.
people betting
Well,
money.
I always lean and try to get the impulsive, but I knew you would be very meticulous about your answer, but you never know. You know what I'm saying? You never know where you might be there already. You might have been doing your research. You might be there already, and I caught you at the right time. That's all. You know what I'm saying? You might have been like, you know what is crazy? Because I was just reading that fight last night, and I was thinking, I'm like, hey, we got one. We got one. No doubt. But yeah, what else is going on in the space right now, man? We talked about Zuffa, we talked about Rohan, we talked about Yuan Lee, we talked about these fights. Are there any standout fights you're looking forward to see, Coach?
Definitely the Tio and Shakur fight. I'm definitely looking forward to that.
Duh, we didn't speak about that one for sure.
Yeah, man, you kind of went fast forward on us. Yeah.
Did you study on that one yet, or are you still that's a hard one right there? But where are you at on that thus far, even if it's not a decision?
Well, my notes, I remember putting my notes down on Tio, and I remember putting down don't play tag from the outside all night. I remember writing that down. He needs time explosion after feints and not consistent chasing. I remember writing down. I wish I had it with me. Like make Shakur reset with physicality, shoulder to shoulder movement. You know, those type of moments when they shoulder to shoulder, body touches, hard jabs. Like I remember learning something from Emmanuel Stewart. Like sometimes you could like jab, keep your jab out there and push it and push the fighter off balance. Maybe Tio could pick that up. And I think he brings that unpredictability on that unpredictable rhythm. He can give you those feints, those pauses, those sudden bursts, and that's what makes him up. And I remember putting down for Shakur, his superpower is control, distance, angles, and making you miss by inches. He's awesome at that, and he also makes you pay with clean touches too. So the question is the skills, right? It is how that skill looks when he's new at 140, and Tio is now I think naturally bigger, stronger. I think he's the bigger, stronger guy. I don't know. I think we could all agree on that, right?
Yeah.
I think
Tio? Yeah, you would expect him to be. Yeah.
So I think Shakur can land more. I got him landing more. Tio can land louder. If Shakur is too safety first, I think he risks losing the rounds on optics. Right? If Tio gets impatient, he risks on getting picked apart and banked on points by Shakur. There's always a life lesson.
Right. Right.
And this matchup, I think the matchup
preach on it, Coach. Preach. Go ahead, preach on it, Coach.
I'm sorry.
No, you got to do this. It's important, man. I'm here for it. Let's get it, man. There's always something. Listen, man. There's something there for everybody, no matter how it turns out. Let's go.
Oh, so I always see that. That's how I see it. I see life as like chess moves and what's the best one and consequences. And I think is a matchup that's a reminder that talent isn't the separator at the top level. I think it's discipline, right? So I think Tio is a guy who can change a fight with one decision. Shakur is a guy who can win a fight by making 10 correct decisions in a row. Then when pressure hits, the win goes to whoever stays himself without forcing it again. I would say that.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah. So it really is a 50-50, right? Really
Definitely not. I ain't gonna say.
Yeah, I'm about to say, nah, I think we know, but I want Coach to kind of lean. I want him to lean a little bit because at the end of the day, you're right, man. When you get to that level, Coach, right? It's the intangibles, right? Because both of you guys are accomplished in your own right. So you got a lot of experience here, skills here. You got there's leverage here, there's leverage there, there's weakness here, there's weakness, strength everywhere. But at the end of the day, it's the small things that's going to make the difference here. And I like what you said about the discipline, because I think discipline makes the biggest case for who's probably going to win this fight. I think it's going to play a big
separator, right? The separator on top, right?
Right. So
not just talent.
I have my vote on who I think is a more disciplined fighter. I'm leaning when you say that word, I'm swayed, Coach. I'm swayed. You know what I'm saying? But I'm wondering, where do you stand on? I won't even ask you for who the winner is as far as the discipline conversation is concerned. Where are you swayed? Where are you at on that part of the conversation specifically? Not giving away winners and losers, just on.
No. I mean, Shakur is definitely the favorite, and one thing, all you have to see with T.O. is he's explosive, and a lot of, T.O. is another individual, sort of like Keyshawn. I don't know how much his father is a mentor to him at this point. I'm seeing them created. They got it. They got through some rough spots, and I think they're at a good place now. But I can't help but to think that like T.O. is he's mature enough to we could hold him. Like I don't know. For some reason I give Keyshawn a pass. For some of the antics, and I don't feel the same for T.O. though. T.O. is like, you're playing too many games. Like, is he a racist? I don't think he is, but at the same time, I gotta hold you accountable for the dumb shit that you do. And the whole do I got it, or what was it? What did he say? Knowing that the camera,
the famous Sandra Martin,
got it, knowing the cameras on him.
Yeah, post-fight statement he made when he didn't know the camera was on him. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I think the X factor is Shakur. I think Shakur is more disciplined. You don't see him. I don't know. I think when you see him in the gym, you see him in the gym. He got his little antics too. I think he got caught beating up somebody or whatever. Outside the ring.
Very young, way younger version of him. No woman, no child, right?
Yeah,
very young, very wild.
He looks like, I follow a little bit of I think I saw one episode or half an episode of him and his daughter at a birthday. I like to see like that from young fighters,
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes down to to discipline at the highest level, I just see it's not about talent anymore. And I think the person that stayed composed without forcing it is Shakur Stevenson.
I like it.
All right.
I like it, man. I definitely got lean. We got one, guys. We got one.
Yeah. I mean, I think heavily everybody's always said. I mean, I'm predisposed to picking Shakur because I've always picked him since he won the silver medal. Coach, on the 31st, also you have Bakram versus Josh Kelly. On the UK side, there's a lot of talk that's saying Josh Kelly could be the upset of that weekend because, I mean, Bakram is the boogeyman. When you look at those two styles, and you don't have to give us the bet pick or nothing, but, like how do you see that particular fight?
I did study Bakram a little bit on I had the Velasquez fight. And Josh Kelly, I kind of wrote him off a little while ago. But style makes fights. And I mentioned this a few times already here. I think anybody could be beat. I think Bakram, You know, he has that reputation at the division destroyer kind of, you know, as you would say. The people, I think the people still point to how he blew Tim Tszyu out, and that was
bro.
That sounds like Rohan.
Is that Rohan?
That sounds like Rohan right there.
And you just.
I'm a famous fighter. Man.
Make a cameo, man.
Hey, come
No,
one
of the coaches.
Okay.
How you doing, Coach? How you doing,
man?
Coach?
What's up, bro?
Salute, Coach. Salute, Coach.
What's up, bro?
He in there working? We
He's working. He got a really good fighter here that he should just be managing. But,
he's gonna be a world champion.
Hey, Coach got famous. He said, "Yo, I gotta get mine where I can get it, man. You ain't inviting me, so I gotta get how I live it." I feel that, man. I feel that.
Man.
But
so yeah, I think Mortaria, I think
more Bakram, yeah.
No, I mean
Murtazaliev, yeah.
What's it? It's something like that.
Murtazaliev.
Yeah, Murtazaliev.
Murtazaliev, yeah. Murder. That's what I call him. Yeah.
Yeah. I think the key for him is not to chase, right? Not to chase. Cut the ring off. I think we're gonna see a different style that he got to conquer outside of Tim Tszyu. You know, he have to know the basics of how to cut somebody down that's gonna move on him, which is cutting the ring off. I think Kelly, his exits are predictable. I think he got to just touch the body early, touch the chest, the arms, like, you know, whatever he could just touch his body, try to slow his legs down. And also, you know, I don't know where he at in his career on his patient level, you know. What movers want. When you see someone moving around, what they want is for you to get frustrated. And let's see where his patient level is. And I think Kelly, you know, his survive. I think he should just survive the first. You know, fighters have to learn, like, when you go in 12 rounds, okay, you know, within the game plan, the first couple of rounds or the first quarter of the fight, like you can download data. How Lomachenko used to. And I think Kelly have to know that he got to survive the first half without donating any round. Like, score while you move. You know, those jabs and those European check hooks and pivots, right?
Right.
Definitely don't get trapped. Bakram closes distance. He clinch, turn, whatever you had to do, reset. No ego exchanges. You can't be ego driven.
Right.
So now I talked about discipline. Can Kelly keep discipline? Can he be disciplined for 12 rounds? And can Bakram stay composed if the target won't stand still? You know, there's a life lesson. There's a life lesson.
another one of those. I mean, it's what makes the January 31st date so fun, Coach. There's so many fights. And then again, you'll be in Puerto Rico. That's the next really big one for you, with Rohan being the co-main event. But since I know you took Yoenis Tejas after he lost to Abbas Baru, and since then you've had Yoenis Tejas. I think he's won twice now with you, correct, Coach? He's won one time. But even that fight, Abbas Baru versus Xander. Xander's the heavy favorite, but there are people who are saying, "Hey, man, don't sleep on Abbas here," right? So I'm sure when you took Tejas on as your student, you kind of looked at that tape too. Do you see, Coach, a chance for Abbas Baru to maybe upset the apple cart there in Puerto Rico?
Come say hi, man. Come say hello to
I'm tired of these niggas, man.
I feel you, man.
Everybody.
He had the end of his role with these content creators, man. I definitely feel you. What's good?
What's up, man?
No, I feel him though. I feel him. You know what I mean? But tell him don't sleep. So yo, Emily need to come over and give us an interview, bro. We need to talk to him.
Well, we need the translator though. Yoenli's good, but we're gonna need somebody.
Don't know English.
Yo, Yoenli speaks Cuban,
no, he
bro.
don't. No, he
Nothing?
don't.
Oh, I thought we get something out of him.
Not at all.
He just said he was sick and tired of it.
No, that was Kurt Scobie, bro. The one that went
Kurt.
on screen.
Oh, that wasn't Yoenli. That was Kurt. My bad.
Yeah,
oh
come
man,
on, baby.
You get Kurt too.
Man,
my bad, bro. Black people, bro.
no.
You all look alike, bro.
Oh, come on.
No, but he gets that. He gets that a lot. He gets that a
bro.
lot.
I thought that was Yoenli. I feel some kind of way, bro.
No, man, that was Kurt,
people,
bro.
You start wearing hats with your names on it or something.
Hey, Coach, I'm sure Kurt can hear me. Kurt, you need to go sign with Zuffa, bro. That's where you need to go. You're a Zuffa boxing guy, Kurt.
Inshallah.
You are a Zuffa boxing guy.
Oh, assalamu alaikum, gang.
Inshallah, we're gonna make that happen. Zuffa boxing, we here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, because I'll say this, and we'll get you on. You know, whenever you're ready, Kurt, for a real interview where we can talk with you.
Too.
Yeah, but one-on-one. But no, man, you are the type of guy that this organization Zuffa definitely wants. Somebody who's willing to fight anyone at any time. I think you proved that already on your most recent fight, taking it at a short notice. A guy who's got a great storyline with having played football on the back end. You definitely are very media friendly. And bro, man, you go up there depending on what coach wants you to be. I don't know if you can still do the 35s, but I believe in their weight division. They're doing 135 and 147. But either way, Kurt, you'll be a star there, bro. Win, lose, you will be a star there. Yes, sir.
You work for them?
You work for Zuffa?
No, Coach. I'm
trying to tell you guys, bro, I don't know, bro. I ask myself that all the time. Hey, listen, I've asked Angelo directly, privately, like, hey, bro, let me ask you, bro. You ain't got to hide it from me, bro. He always tell me, I don't know.
Kurt, I'll say this. I do not work for Zuffa or Dana or anybody, but look at how Julian Rodriguez has been speaking about them recently, right? Look at how Merriweather has been speaking about them recently. Take a look at all the other private fighters I've talked to about it privately, because I haven't brought them up here yet. But it's hard if you're in a scenario where you are currently not being promoted by a group that's giving you dates. Let me say this to you right now, Kurt. If you were to sign with Zuffa, if your team were to want you, just know that you are guaranteed a fight within 5 months of your last fight. 100%. So that means you'll get a chance to fight 3 times.
Hey, Angelo, let's cut to the chase. Let me tell you, Scooby, I'm talking for Scooby, right? Scooby will give you permission if you get him in. Get him in.
100%.
Oh, Kurt, you really want to go in? All right, I'm gonna call you in private. I'll call you privately, Coach.
1,000%.
And
Make that happen.
Okay, but
so,
you're totally
I think he was promoted by what's the promotion? Overtime. I think they went belly up. I think they're done with promoting fighters.
Okay, so no more OTX, no more OTX at all. Okay,
I think they're done. They're finished. They're not promoting anymore.
See, this is where you just expose Angelo, right? You see how you just turned the business. This is what I listen. I talk to this man on the phone, and I be calling him out. He swear he's not. You know me. Hey man, you know how we do, right? But look at that real quick. Oh, you serious? Oh, look at the face change. Oh, I'm gonna call you privately. Where did that come from?
Hey, that flew over my head. That flew over. Hey,
you see how? Oh, you serious? Oh, I'm gonna give you a call. Don't even worry about it. What?
No, look, listen. All right, stop it.
Flew over my head, man, because he just said he had nothing to do with them.
No, look, listen.
You
All
see
right,
that, right, Coach? Coach, you saw that, right? I ain't mad at him, bro, but he could have told me. He could have told me, bro. I can hold water, bro. He could have told me.
Clay, did I not give you full disclosure that I do know certain people?
Hey, but you didn't pull the trigger because I asked you directly.
No, I don't.
Okay,
I have.
Okay, man.
I'm not mad at you at all, Angelo. I'm just happy.
Seriously,
man. I'm good.
Make it happen, man. Make it happen. We're good.
I want to make it like dead set clear. I am not getting a paycheck at all from Super Boxing, or I'm not getting any of that. I'm currently doing a liver transplant recovery. I love going on the show, helping co-host with Clay. But I like to give information as is, just because I do love the sport of boxing. And I am tired of fighters not being treated the right way and not being moved forward, like Rohan Polanco, who, to be fair, Rohan, Top Rank, did take care of him. Gave him 3 fights last year, kept him extremely active, and hopefully he's now at that verge of getting a title fight. But when I speak about Yoeli Hernandez, Yoeli is exactly where Jai Alpataya was at. And Jai was tired of it. So he just took his management team. He had him sit down with Zuffa. They made a deal and where Jai could still fight for a unification. But in a scenario like Zuffa, if someone like Yoeli, for example, coach, and again, I know you don't speak for him on that sense for Yoeli, but if Yoeli were to come in there, are you kidding me? Yoeli, Caleb Walsh, Vito Melnecki, among others, man, that's a big stage. Again,
you would tell me that they will make Callum Walsh fight Yoeli.
They will make Callum Walsh fight anyone.
That's
coach.
a fact. That's
a fact, coach. Because their goal, coach,
So why is he fight Ocampos though? That match, everybody else's match, pretty good.
Okay, coach. Well, I can only reiterate to you information that's been shared with me by other trainers and managers and fighters. If, let's say it's Yoeli, and you're talking with them, right? They'll say to you, hey, so there's these 4 that we do have signed. All 4 of them we've talked to, and they said they're willing to fight Yoeli. Which one of the 4 would you like to fight? That's how that works.
Then how about if all 4 says no?
Well, then that's where, that's where they will.
Because Dana White, what I know is Dana White and Callum, they had a relationship before this.
Yeah, I know.
He was fun. Yeah. He was fun. That was Dana White's guy.
Yeah.
So I know that. I mean, would Dana White throw that guy in with Yoeli? Yoeli would murder him.
Well, at this point, Caleb Walsh, first of all, if he beats Ocampo, because we don't know, but if he beats Ocampo, he'll be now ranked in the top 3.
I know. I'm telling you. I know, coach.
Coach, you the one that always said to me that things change when people are given a chance, and we don't know, right?
The time is right. Time to train.
Exactly. Caleb Walsh didn't exactly look the greatest against Vargas, right? Yeah. Okay, so we don't
didn't
know.
Look that great against Armando.
Exactly. So we don't know. But we are all, of course, we can sit there, coach, and assume that, yes, Caleb Walsh should win this fight, and rightfully so, right? But they're not, maybe not right away is what I'm saying, but they are not in the business right now in year 1 of doing A side, B side. They're in the business of, if you sign with them, they're going to have to put you in a ranking system, just like the UFC, based on who you fought in the past and who you're willing to also fight within their own system. Once that rank is based, to your question, would they allow Caleb Walsh to fight Yoeli? Not only would they allow it, they would love it. They'd be like, awesome. We've given Yoeli a couple of fights where he looked great. Caleb Walsh has looked great. They're headed into something here. Zuffa Boxing middleweight championship. Here we come. But again, I'm not the manager of Yoeli. So I don't even know if he's tried to call them. But I bet if he did, they'd be like, oh, we didn't know Yoeli was interested. Well, let's talk.
Right.
So, but no, honestly, coach, it's a good group of people. They've also hired some really smart boxing people to put it together. It's still in the infancy stages of a lot of things, but it's moving pretty fast. So Kurt Scobie is definitely somebody that if he's interested in that system of how to do things, I know, knowing those guys from the outside, I know that they would definitely give him a talk, just to have a conversation, see how serious he is about really wanting to do something like this. But I think he would be perfect. Kurt Scobie is a perfect Zuffa fighter for year 1, for sure.
Hey, we'll wait on your private phone call.
Okay.
Right, Coach. That was awesome. That was an awesome moment right here. That was a moment right there for 2026 already. We already got one for ATP because that brought it out, didn't it? Coach got him out. Coach got him out that comfort zone. He came out.
Man,
boy got that business look on his face. He got capitalism, boy.
Stop it. Hey, Coach, in all honesty, I gained nothing from this other than helping people who really want to make the sport of boxing great. And I don't want to see this whole A side is definitely killing a B side and fighters who aren't ready, fighting someone else. And, there's too many opportunities now with Turkey Al-Sheikh getting involved. You've already experienced it yourself, Coach, right? You know what it's like to be treated by MVP, and you got treated well, but you also know what it's like to be treated in Riyadh, and you get treated well. So there's too many avenues now for so many talented boxers to not get a real opportunity for themselves, and the only thing that's really killing them now is time, Coach. So, if you're about it, Zuffa Boxing is an open door. It's an open door, Clay.
Love it. Hey, man, listen, man. That was a great way to damn near end the show if I ever seen one, man. Because that right there was you've been exposed, Angelo Reyes. I got to get a button on here and say you've
Stop
been
it. Stop it. I'm not. Stop it.
That was a great moment, Coach. I appreciate you coming up here for the build, man.
One more thing.
Yeah, for sure.
If you don't work for them,
I don't.
It's such a disadvantage to them.
Right. They should see this. They should watch this show and understand that it don't make no sense to not have you work for them if you don't.
I appreciate you.
I appreciate you guys, man. I appreciate the time, man.
No, I appreciate you. I hope you come back again, man, for real.
Yeah, for sure, Coach.
I'd like to make that more regular. And
I'll bring up Yoanli.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Coach. Thank you.
Awesome. And also keep me in the loop for those meetings, those fight breakdown meetings.
Definitely. You'll love him, man. You'll love him. You're the type of guy that will love him, man. Very cerebral breakdown.
That's great, Coach. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time, Coach. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Peace. Yeah, that was a good one, man. Angelo.
I
knew you worked as Uber, by the way.
Stop it, bro. You're stop it, man.
In my heart of hearts.
I promise you, bro. I promise you. I not only I do not work for them. I just know a good company when I see it and what they're trying to do. So I promise I don't. If I ever do, I'll have to disclose it anyways. But I do not work for them at all. But I'm happy.
I don't think you legitimately work for them at all in a legitimate way, as far as on paper, as far as on the books, as far as what they would call, staff, or what I'm saying. I don't think that's what it is. But you definitely out in these YouTube streets, you definitely represent their interest.
No, that's not. Hey, man, stop it. That's not what I heard. I heard Claymore Rain.
No, that's a jacket they're putting on me. But you are the actual. You know what I'm saying? You are the. You know what I mean? I would have never thought or been able to offer Yoan Scooby. Kurt Scobie any type of opportunity with I have nothing that I can offer. You clearly have some open door policy over there, so it is what it is.
Stop it, man.
I ain't mad at it, bro. I'm glad to be that close to it. I'm glad to be that. If that was the case, I'm glad to be that close to it.
All I heard was Ness said you are the official. He said the official. He said the official Zuffa Boxing UFC representative on the boxing.
Yeah, he said correspondence or something like that.
Correspondent. Yeah.
I actually blushed a little bit. I blushed a little bit at what he said.
Hey, so don't point the finger at me.
I think at the end of the day, the Zuffas of the world, the UFCs of the world, any promotion company in the world should pick up on the energy and the vibe of this channel and see the asset qualities in it and make it you know what I mean? Bring on something that's gonna be worth something in the long run. Bring us on, you know what I mean? And I don't know, they might be better, but I don't think there's too many better personally. And yeah, bro, I ain't mad. I don't mind it. Just make the phone call, reach out, hit the email, hit the Instagram.
I know that you're working on Julian coming in here to do an interview.
Manager yesterday.
Okay, great,
And
Perfect.
he said he's going to get back at me. He said he's not too sure if it's going to be this week because it's a very busy week for him.
It's a busy week. It could be the afterthought. I'm definitely favoring Julian to win the fight on Friday. So good luck to my man, Julian Rodriguez there. And then and like I said, man, I'm just waiting for the time so that once it makes the announcement, we are going to have a guest on that will him and his coach will speak upon Zuffa and their experience. Once it's all set, I just can't say anything about it right now. But I promise you, Clay, I am not affiliated with them in any way. If Tom Frank was
you've been promising me for a while now, so
I'm
used to the promises, so I'm good. I'm good with it.
I'm not.
But everybody saw what I saw, so it is what it is. We will let the public opinion carry it.
I'm happy. I'm happy to talk to Coach Bermudez and happy to see what I can do. That's all
the coach said. I mean, everybody can't take it back. He said, "Are you scared what he said?" He said, "I'll call you privately." Come on, man. Come on, man. It is what it is. It's okay, man. It's okay, man.
Stop it, man. Stop it, Clay. Why you put that? Don't put that energy out there, man. That's
I think you should embrace that energy. Zuffa should legitimately consider. You got my vote. Consider. Reaching out to an Angelo Reyes and seeing if they can accommodate something that makes sense for my brother here. So you know what I'm saying? To give those services over in a way that accommodates his current situation, present situation, because it's not forever. And you know what I'm saying? Take advantage. Because if Angelo wasn't in his current situation, he might not even be available for you. Probably too busy doing a bunch of other stuff. So this might be, the opportune time, you know what I mean? To take advantage of somebody who has some time on his hands and the knowledge that my brother has, bro. So embrace it. You know what I mean?
I appreciate the kind words, Clay. Like I said, man, God's blessed me to just be alive from liver transplant. As you know, I just dealt with the chemotherapy a couple of months ago, so recovering from that. But yeah, man, just like you, I'm happy to help anyone who's good people. If I can help you in any way. And Kurt Scobie's never said a bad thing about us. Never said a bad. Never. It's always he's always been cool. I've always liked the story. And Coach Hector Bermudez is definitely a friend of the show. We love him. So yeah, man. If there's anything I can do to help, we'll see what happens.
Well, let's see. You never know. You never know, man. You might when you bring him to the next star. Maybe anybody like who brought him in here? No, it was just a little plug for me. Oh, yo, where he at? I ain't seen him. He had to deal with some things. Conversations start coming before you know it. It turns into what it is, man. Great show today.
Yeah.
Great show. We went 4 hours. It's been a while since we've done this
marathon, man. It's been a long time. Woo.
Yeah. But it was worth it. It was good conversation. I think the build was real good for the space. You know what I'm saying? So the playback quality is gonna be good. The playback, you know what I mean? Value is gonna be there to get some real information, some real perspective on Zuffa. We spoke on Keyshawn Davis. We spoke on the relationship between the trainer and the fighter. We talked about a lot, you know what I'm saying? So, we talked about everything, the team, the trainer, and the value of it. And I doubled down and just to say that people who you know what I'm saying, people who've seen you tired, hurt, discouraged, you know what I mean, doubted you, but still believed in you and got you where you need to be. Those people need to be respected, and there's value in those people that you don't find everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So right now, Keyshawn Davis is at the crossroads in his career. He's made a huge decision coming off of a remarkable redemption campaign that he had in 2024. Carrying that over in 2025, we thought it would have been another great year for him. He ran into a wall, a little bit of misfortune as far as just impulsive decision making. But look, he's back at it. He's got a team that he says he believes in. He has a huge opportunity in front of him on January 31st, and he gets to show and prove, show us more than he can ever tell us, right? In his actions inside of the ring and his actions next week, which will be, fight week for him. So I'm sure there'll be media, there'll be certain things going on. Let's see how he carries it and going to the fight. More importantly, of course, let's see what the result is at the end of it,
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you went, by the way, credit to you, Clay, because you've been going, from what I heard, you've been going from like early morning all the way to now. So you've put in, I think, like 12 hours today.
Who knows? I started at like about 12-ish, 12:30-ish. I got on with Ness. I got on late, like right towards the end of the Robert Merriweather situation. So I wasn't on that long, but yeah, man, between being on the Boxing Voice in here, yeah.
I've been getting on you, but just get that credential from DAZN, man, and go. I mean, if you have time to go to the New York fight, I'm sure they'll give you one. So just put it in
and see what they say. Right? Send them some information.
Yeah, hey, man, your stuff. You know, I'm just saying, if certain people are getting credentials that have not done half the stuff that you've done,
right?
It shouldn't be that hard for you to get credentialed to go to check out the New York fight and help promote that. Also,
no
so
doubt.
But yeah, thanks for sticking it out with us, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you guys, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, another one in the books. It's that ATP Combat Media Show. Some people know it as the Boxing Take. It's your boy Claymore Rain. Shout out to my brother Angelo Reyes. And until the next one, you know how we carry it. Because at this point, we out.
They hated, they never believe me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic gotta say. I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life. I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot. Wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plan.